Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for his purpose of
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
That's literally not true.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. All right, just getting everything set up. We've got a lot to do before we return to court, which we will do shortly. But we'll keep an eye on court right here. But before we do that, we have to go back to Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, the sentencing happened yesterday on Veterans Day. I missed it.
Hello.
We're going to jump over and cover just part of that, and then we're going to jump to the live here when that returns. I have to also say, Kim R., congratulations. You were first in chat, my friend. You beat Greeners by a nanosecond. Kim, once again, you are the internet owner for everything IP-related worldwide. If it's a problem, it's your problem. So thank you. We are sentencing you to internet ownership for the rest of the day for your promptness. So we did miss the sentencing? Yes, we did. And here's what I'll say as we get ready to jump right to it. Okay. At the sentencing, the state gets to argue something, the defense gets to argue something, and Mr. Paul gets to speak up. We're going to pick up right when the state basically starts their final little say before Mr. Paul speaks up. And it gets spicy pretty quickly. So do buckle up for this one. Listen for, I've got the audio cranked. I'm going to do what I can to make it sound good. But listen for the defense lawyer throwing himself under the bus. Listen for the defendant throwing other people under the bus. And just spice all throughout. So here we go. Let's give this a quick
Judge,
listen.
I'll accept the court's number of 792 as credit. As far as sentencing, given the state's theory, in this case in the rebuttal, this was not a first-degree intentional homicide. If you follow their theory, this was at best a first-degree reckless homicide or a felony murder, not first-degree intentional. So I think that's an issue for appellate purposes. Also, given their theory, I made a mistake by never testing that purse. Never in my wildest dream did I think the state was going to argue that Miss Pavlons was strangled with the chain of the purse. That didn't even make sense to me when she was making that argument. And then he threw the purse in the car, and that's why the dog hit on the car. I'm not sure why the jury accepted that at all. It didn't make sense to me at all. So I made a mistake in this case by never testing that purse. Had I known that was going to be their theory, I don't think they knew at all that was going to be their theory until sometime during their case in chief or while we were presenting their defense. But that's going to be an appellate issue. As far as the court considering the Bean incident, I don't think you can, Judge. I mean, if the Milwaukee Police Department and the DA's office believe that they didn't have probable cause to even charge Mr. Paul, which is a low burden, sentencing courts have indicated that the court shouldn't consider that if it's not even a probable cause. But ultimately, you are the gatekeeper in this case. As far as Mr. Paul being a father, how he was as a father, I guess it goes to his character, but there's a lot of unfit fathers in this world. As the court has run into many of them who sit at this table as defendants.
There's a lot of unfit
Paul
fathers.
I'm not sure what to say. He's still claiming his innocence. given the position of the state in its argument at closing and the issues that it's raised on appeal, as far as in my negligence of not testing that purse, I'm hoping that the court gives the defendant the mandatory minimum. Other than
Lighten
that, I
the
have
sentence
nothing else
because
to
I
say.
screwed
Mr.
up.
Paul may wish to give a statement.
Mr. Paul
I'll
wants
leave
to
it up to
talk.
him.
All right, Mr. Paul, do you wish to make a statement, sir?
Of course I'm going to make a statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
First, I just want to correct some of the puke coming out of Gordon's mouth. Whatever this 2012, I mean, this is how this stuff starts, this fabrication, these wild stories, wild imagination. I was never charged with any possession in 2012. I believe that was Stephanie. In this 93 police report, I read that there were many suspects in there, and I had nothing to do with anything that happened down there. I didn't commit any murder in Milwaukee. And this stuff about being a parent, I was only a parent till Layla was about 9 years old. I was never given a chance to be a parent after that age because of all the goofy stuff that was happening here in court with the chips and custody and all that. And one of the state doctors that was prescribing Layla medication ended up losing his license because he was over-prescribing to minors. I think that's one of the reasons why Layla was on so much medication when she was younger. He was never charged, but he lost his license. His name was Dr. Ronald Rubin. I mean, you can look into that, and that was one of the people that actually made decisions about my character. And, you know, I mean, we could go into a rabbit hole about his character. And I just want to make a statement about this case. I look at the justice system here in the United States. It's about winning. It's not about the truth. The U.S. has 4% of the world's population. 20% of the people behind bars on this planet are here in the United States or on probation. Why? Maybe sham trials. And I think this was definitely a sham trial called Making a Murderer here in Waukesha. It was definitely a pseudo-sham trial where psychopaths in suits fabricated extreme circumstantial events and turned them into their wild imagination. No wonder why they get away with manufacturing charges. The public and jury believe these lies and story. Missing in this whirlwind of hysterical hyperbole was I was seen with 3 little green men hovering above the woods in a dish-shaped object going down in a beam of light. Aliens. The good old boys, for some reason, didn't focus on the truth that the scalpel found in the woods was most likely used by Stephanie's own hand, and then possibly a seizure, because I was never in the woods. The dog and truck was prejudice against me, and it was just blatantly silly.
Blame the dog?
And probably thought out in advance. The detectives tried to alter the suicide note right here in court, right before the court's eyes. Crazy enough, Stephanie's heroin and drug charges back in 2013, the same DA's office wanted Stephanie in prison for a long time or institutionalized and considered her dangerous. Maybe if these so-called professionals did their job, we wouldn't be here. How deep does this rabbit hole go? Well, maybe one day on review for this huge blunder, these people here better have the right answers, because I am the only victim here. I'm the one being murdered by the new Gestapo. All the testimony showed no smoking gun, except the police think or thought I did something. This is prosecution, not justice, by a tyrannical fascist dictator government here in Waukesha.
Tyrannical fascist
Coming
dictator.
to my house with a tank and then wondering why I couldn't remember accurate details about the purse and phone. It's amazing I can remember anything. Yes, I did exhibit some odd, maybe strange paranoid behavior by not calling the police. But if you look at my past cases fabricated against me, where I told the truth and I was still charged. Also, Stephanie was involved in some of that fabrication too. This took years off my life fighting. Opera and the Klan know what I mean. The mark on Layla's butt, alleged that was never there. Punching a man, breaking a window. I was never there at the time. Just like this case, I was never in the woods. This is just a pattern of abuse of power in the DA's office. Statements I was accused of saying, "I am in trouble, I will be ready for police," and many more came from Opper's delusional mind. Detectives making Layla believe she will get money if I am convicted was a sick tactic. She will hopefully one day see the truth. And before this incident happened, I can honestly say she was never there for her mother. I mean, if you see the text messages, she sent a lot of nasty messages to her mother. And I'm ashamed that she's my daughter and part of the Pavlon's clan. I'd like to say more on that, but not now. Stephanie and I had some fights, as in any relationship, but never to the level of murder. Texts about alleged violence were over-exaggerated. She used to tell me all the time, and my family, that her father used to beat her. Is it true? I don't know. I do know that drug addicts will say anything to get sympathy and attention. When I first met Stephanie, I helped her get off drugs, drinking. I got her a job, a car, I got her license back, and out of a gang in Milwaukee. Her mother knows how she broke her wrist. Off drugs and alcohol, Stephanie was a kind, giving, and loving woman. We were separated since 2012, but we still loved each other and would have taken a bullet for each other. She would never have wanted me in this situation. I love and miss the drug-free, hype-free side of Stephanie. However, I became tired of her problems and addiction. Her constantly taking off, hiding with her medications, all the erratic behavior she exhibited. I was supposed to bring her home on the 23rd, but the truth is she did not want to go because she hated her parents. I wish I could have skipped my appointment at OPA and figured out some way how I could have helped her more. And I believe the parents knew that she was going to die. That's one of the first things that the mother said, that she was feeling that her daughter was going to die, either suicide or an OD. I am one of the innocent people in jail from a sham trial. You know, maybe I'll be on wrongful conviction someday, I don't know. But I would, again, like I said in my statement to the detectives, I would rather stand with God and be judged by the people than stand with the people and be judged by God. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Galaviz, anything else?
No, sir, thank you.
Whoa.
Okay. All right, so when I sentence an individual, and whether it be for, a drunken driving, a lower level offense, a retail theft, or as in this case, first-degree intentional homicide in the charge in count 2, hiding a corpse, there's certain criteria that every court is supposed to look at, and which I do look at and consider. I abbreviate them by indicating that I look at the impact on the community, the criminal, the individual, Mr. Paul himself, and the nature of the offense. And I'm going to talk about those things as we move forward, and I'm going to talk about some of the other aspects of this trial, the individual aspects of this trial that came into play. And I'm also going to take into consideration the statements made by the victims, Layla Pavlon's, the statements made by the state, the statements made by defense counsel, and Mr. Paul, of course, himself. Those are all things that I consider. So let's talk about first what the community impact is. And first, we have to frame what these offenses are. The legislature has indicated that in count 1, this court is required to impose a term of life imprisonment. And then pursuant to 973.014 of the Wisconsin statutes, I can make a determination about the availability of extended supervision or the eligibility for extended supervision. And that's something that the court takes into consideration today as well. I also look at the nature of the second count. It has as a potential penalty 12 and a half years of imprisonment, meaning 7.5 years initial confinement, 5 years of extended supervision. That is the potential. And the court can make a determination as to whether the sentences can be consecutive or concurrent as well. So there are things that I need to consider here. And there are certain factors that I have to look at in making those considerations in terms of how I'm going to structure a sentence or sentences in this case. Let's go back to the community issues. First of all, when I talk about community, what I mean to say is both the community as a whole, Waukesha County, the city of Waukesha, the people in and around this area. I also look at the Pavlon's family members. I know that the parents have been here, and I know that Layla Pavlon's has been here, and their testimony was part and parcel, or not necessarily their testimony, but their presence in the case was part and parcel of what occurred here. And I look at the statement made by Layla Pavlon's because it pertains to both her mother, the victim, and her father, the convicted defendant in this case. And so what she has had to say to me and her wishes are important to the court. Let's take a look first at the community as a whole. And I think when I do that, the way I have to frame that is looking at what was said and what was proved and what was determined during the course of the trial and how that impacts the community first as a whole. Now, granted, we understand that the death of Stephanie Pavlon's has a profound effect on her parents and her daughter as well. And whatever the relationship they had, and whether it was antagonistic at times, whether it was loving at times, or whether it was a combination of those things, the parents lost a daughter, the daughter lost a mother, and it apparently has a profound impact on them. But again, let's take a look at the community. What I see in this case is domestic violence. And what I see in this case is an individual, Mr. Paul, who did what he could to exhibit or to exert power and control over Stephanie Pavlon's over the years, over the decades perhaps. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And so I'm very cognizant of the fact that when I sentence Mr. Paul as an individual, that I'm sentencing Mr. Paul as an example of a domestic abuser, right? And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward. And so when I sentence him, I'm making a statement to Layla Pavlon's, to Stephanie's parents, and I'm making a statement to the community as a whole as well. Let's look at Mr. Paul and his criminal history, and let's look at Mr. Paul as an individual. Now, although I didn't hear much about his pro-social activities that he may have been engaging in, whether he was working, whether he was contributing to the community in some way, there may have been that. But what I heard about mostly is today a history of criminal behavior. And what's important to me, and I want to be really very, very clear here, reference was made to this 1993 investigation into a first-degree intentional homicide. I am not considering that as a factor in terms of sentencing today. I can, and I would if I knew more about it, and if I had more information. And again, I know that in the motions prior to the trial, that issue was raised, but I never felt that I had a familiarity with it to make any consideration, and I do not consider it at the time of sentencing today. But what I do consider is prior correctional experience, right? I know that there was a conviction in 1989, there was a apparent misdemeanor conviction in 2005, and there was a prison term and then in and out for violations. That's what I was advised by the state today. So that says something to me. There's a history of criminal convictions. There's a history of behavior while under the supervision of the Department of Corrections that was not optimal, to say the least, right? Let's look at Mr. Paul's support. I don't have any support. I don't have any family members. I know someone was here for him during the course of the trial, but I don't know of anybody who's going to say, if Mr. Paul comes back to the community, we're going to make sure that, we're going to support him. We're going to make sure that he stays out of trouble. I don't have that. And so I have a lack of information about his ability to reintegrate into the community and be a productive member of the community. Now, let's take a look at the crime. And when I say let's take a look at the crime, or crimes I should say, there's a couple different levels that I look at. First of all, I look at the law, the black and white about the crimes. We have first-degree intentional homicide, which mandates a life sentence. The law says, the legislature said, this is what you have to order. The legislature also said that pursuant to 973.014, the court may or could exercise its discretion and provide for an opportunity or eligibility for extended supervision after a minimum of 20 years in terms of initial confinement. So there's that. That's what the legislature told me. They said, this is a serious offense. It merits, Judge, you don't have a choice. You have to impose a life sentence, but you can find somebody eligible for extended supervision at some time after 20 years. That's a possibility. We look at count 2, and again, I indicated 12 and a half years imprisonment, 7.5 initial confinement, 5 years extended supervision, and I have the option of ordering that be consecutive or concurrent as well.
I'm not sure if we can list all of this.
That's what the legislature said.
Before we jump back
These
to the
are
other court.
serious criminal charges and offenses. And then I also look at the crime in and of itself. So what happened here, right? Mr. Paul and Ms. Pavlons had a long, decades-long, tumultuous relationship. It was a relationship that certainly had some bright spots. Mr. Paul said that himself today. But this relationship that was perceived by this court in the course of trial and by the jurors, perhaps, as one that where Mr. Paul exerted financial control over Ms. Pavlons, where Mr. Paul exerted emotional control over Ms. Pavlons, where Mr. Paul exerted control over Ms. Pavlons' medication, where he exerted abusive and violent physical control over Ms. Pavlons. And again, we have those diaries from 2020 and 2021 that made reference to those beatings. I can't characterize them as anything else other than beatings that he administered to her to, perhaps in his mind, correct her behavior, to control her, to do, in his mind, what was the right thing for her or him. So he exerted that control. And again, I think as Ms. Gordon said, and I strenuously object to the term that it was puke from Ms. Gordon's mouth, because it is classic examples of domestic violence. Power and control. Financial control, emotional control, physical control. That's what we're talking about, right? So that's the kind of life that Stephanie Pavlons lived. All these behaviors are consistent with classic examples of power and control and domestic violence visited by the defendant on Stephanie Pavlons. And sadly and tragically, when she decided to terminate the relationship, and I make reference to the note in the trunk, and again, the suggestion that evidence was created or manufactured or
fabricated,
altered is, in this court's estimation, pure nonsense, except as it pertains to Mr. Paul, who attempted to refashion, who attempted to create, who attempted to alter evidence to throw suspicion away from him. That's who is responsible for manufacturing or creating or altering evidence.
Thank you, LEB. I got you the first time.
That note was important because it is a contemporaneous note, as we can understand it from the facts in this case, where Ms. Pavlon said, I've had enough of this. I'm finished with this. I'm done with this. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm sick of it all. Here's how you get access to the money. Here's the PIN number. Here's how you get access to such and such account. This was her attempt to leave. This was her attempt to exert her independence from Mr. Paul. And this resulted in his exerting the ultimate control. You don't leave. You don't have the choice, Ms. Pavlon. And whether or not he was going to go to the Philippines to live with other women, he couldn't, in his arrogance and his ego, have someone else tell him it's over. And so he killed her.
Wow.
And the cause and the manner, perhaps unknown exactly, but he killed her. That's what the jury said. So I look at these things and I think to myself, what am I going to do with somebody who does these things, right? Let's talk a little bit more about the offense. Let's talk about count number 2, right? Now, it would be absurd to think that, Mr. Paul was going to turn himself into authorities and say, I killed her, come and collect her body so it doesn't rot in the woods. But that's what he didn't do, right? Of course he did. He killed her and he left her to rot in the woods as if she was roadkill. And the condition of her body, the debasement of her by leaving her to rot in the woods added insult upon injury, literally and figuratively. So what's happened now? And I want to say something. I want to read, we talk about circumstantial evidence, right? And this case was a circumstantial case. Let me read this instruction again. It says, and it defines circumstantial evidence according to Wisconsin law. It says, it is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty. So what happened in this case? The state presented its case. Ms. Opper, in her opening, said to the jury, have patience. It's going to take a long time. We're going to put the pieces together. You're going to see what happened here. You're going to be able to find Mr. Paul guilty of these 2 counts, first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. And lo and behold, that's what happened. The jury has spoken. The jury has spoken clearly and, quite honestly, rather succinctly. In a case based on circumstantial evidence. And I'm going to tell you, Mr. Paul,
good soundbite. The jury has spoken.
That this jury deliberated for less than 1 hour. They walked out of here at 3:20. We keep track of this. And at 4:20, I was told that they had a verdict. The jury deliberated for less than 1 hour and found you guilty on both counts. And when I say succinctly, what I'm saying that they did it in very quick fashion, without hesitation. And I will tell you this, in my 40 plus years of legal experience,
it's rare.
To my recollection, this is the fastest verdict on a first degree intentional homicide that I can recall. So, you know, it wasn't like, hey, maybe Paul did it, maybe Mr. Paul didn't do it. What do you think, or what do you think? I don't know. They came back in less than an hour and they spoke to me, to the state, to you, to the community. Mr. Paul is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to these offenses. Now, again, your position is that you are not guilty. That is your right, and that is guarded by the Constitution of the United States.
It's your right to be wrong.
And that's fine. I have no qualms with your claim of innocence. Not at all. But what I do have concern about is you're characterizing this as a sham trial, manufactured charges. You make light of the system. You believe that the state created evidence, that you're the only victim here, that this is a fascist dictator government, and Opera Interclan know what you mean, and Opera's got a delusional mind. Mr. Paul, I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but the things that I see about you, you're the center of the universe. The universe revolves around you. Everybody's wrong. You're the only one that's right. You shake your head in the negative as I say this to you, and that's okay. That's your right to do that. But, sir, what you have exhibited to me demonstrates to me what I consider, and again, I'm not a shrink. This is what I consider to be narcissistic behavior. How can anyone not believe that I'm innocent? How is it that everybody gets it wrong and I'm the only one that gets it right? And what's important about that is that those characteristics, your personality tells me what I have to do. It tells me loud and clear. The jury told me loud and clear in less than an hour. And your statements and your behavior and your attitude tells me loud and clear, as we sit here today, what is the appropriate thing for me to do. And so here's what I perceive. My purpose in imposing a sentence in this case is to incapacitate Matthew Paul, to prevent him from taking advantage of somebody like Stephanie Pavlons in the future, of hurting her mentally, emotionally, physically, of punching her, kicking her. I mean, her life, she spent her life being berated, bullied, belittled, and beaten by you. And I'm not going to allow that to happen again.
Judge comes in with the alliteration.
It's not going to happen. So what I have to do is incapacitate you and incarcerate you for the maximum amount of time appropriate. And what I also have to do is send a message to the community. the Pavlon's family and the community as a whole, as it pertains to domestic abusers who kill their partners, that we have to incapacitate those people. And in light of that, as to count number 1, I'll impose a sentence of life imprisonment without any eligibility for release to extended supervision. As to count 2, I'm going to impose a term of imprisonment of 12 and a half years with 7.5 years initial confinement and 5 years of extended supervision consecutive to the term of life. I'll require that as a condition of your sentence and prison term that you pay restitution in the amount of $8,309 to the Pavlon's family for funeral expenses. And although this is a hollow requirement, as a condition of extended supervision, you're not to have any contact with the Pavlon's family. I've already indicated the amount of credit that is due and owing. Is there anything you think I've overlooked or omitted from the state's perspective, Ms. Gordon?
No, Judge.
Mr. Galaviz, anything?
You're agreeing to this?
All right. You have 20 days to appeal this decision. If you wish to do so, consult with your attorney. He'll assist you in that regard. Mr. Galaviz, anything?
I'm not sure. I don't think Mr. Paul is agreeing to the restitution for what it's worth. And other than that, I have nothing further.
I agree that he indicates that he is, because he believes that he's innocent, that he believes that he shouldn't pay that. But in terms of setting a restitution hearing, I'll need you to advise the court and the state in writing as to whether he believes that amount is inappropriate. I understand he doesn't want to take responsibility for that. I guess that would be the case. So let's set a restitution hearing, all right, in 60 days. And
Judge, I don't think he's disagreeing on the amount. He's stating what you first indicated, that he's innocent, so he shouldn't pay it.
Okay, so that he's not asking for a restitution hearing.
Correct.
All right, then I'll set restitution at that amount, $8,309.
Thank you.
And I've given him his appeal rights. I believe that's it.
Correct.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good luck.
And everybody clapped but Mr. Paul. There you go. That's where we're going to end right there on that one. Wow. That's crazy. Okay, so we have just a couple minutes ago the trial has resumed that we just started today. The Ukrainian adopt a murderer trial. I don't know what we're going to call it. Adopt a Ukrainian murderer trial, I think is what it is. So give us just a minute. We're going to get that up on the screen for you here. And let's go ahead. All right, we're back. We're on 1.25 speed until we're caught up. It'll be about 10 minutes. We'll be caught up. Maybe 20. The defendant is back. Did he change shirts? No, it's still that purplish hue.
Is the live streaming able to, ma'am?
Yes.
Are you able to pick up the voices of everybody? I don't know when the attorneys walk away from the podium.
No,
You're still able to hear them? Yes.
I am.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
No. Why would you? I've been fixing it the whole time, ma'am. Had one job. The judge would have backed us up and tied them to the mic. Are you able to pick up the voice of the attorneys? Not very clearly when they're whispering to the clients, Your Honor. If they could talk a little louder, we would be able to eavesdrop a little more effectively. Just kidding. We don't want that part. I recognize 14 is a little old for adoption, but the foster care merry-go-round is not a good childhood for almost any youth. And I realize some people might say that's a better alternative than what they had before. and that may be true, but it breaks my heart that a child doesn't get a childhood where they have someone who says, I will be there for you, I'll support you, I'll raise you as if you're my own. I think every child should get that. And so my heart goes out to families who are willing to accept a challenge like that, to accept somebody who comes with baggage, who comes with, a difficult background, and gives these kids a chance. In this case, it cost them their lives, though, allegedly. How old is little RA you keep threatening with adoption? He is 15-ish. I'd never give him up, though, and he knows it. He's awesome. Though how Judge Rodriguez dressed down Paul like that, called him out completely, did a great job, and called it as he saw it, and made him sit there and listen. Man, that's probably the least favorite part of the whole trial for Mr. Paul. Just being called out in front of everybody for what he was actually doing. Good dad, 15-ish. I don't give out my kids' exact ages. Sometimes I'll tell you a birthday, but that's exact age, I guess. Let's see. International adoption, those are difficult as well. It's difficult for the child, difficult for the family, especially if there's a language barrier. I mean, talk about just having the rug yanked out from under you. My niece was adopted into our family when she was just over 1 year old. She's 7 now, and I love her most in my family. That's awesome. Denisha Yarn Brittle. I had puppy therapy. They brought 12 puppies to my apartment. That's a lot of puppies. Who's in charge of wrangling 12 puppies? Could have just said under 20. They're all juveniles. Does that count? At least the ones that are at home. Which little's most like you? Mrs. RA is most interested in what I do with technology. She's the one that came out last night to take pictures of the Aurora Borealis, the Northern Lights. She came with me she's been with me to every single town council. We've live streamed for the city. And she knows the cables to plugs and sets up cameras and does all that. She's amazing that way, and just sits patiently for 2 hours worth of town council stuff. So she's the most like me in tech. The audio got turned way down.
At the Shell station in Venice, where the defendant was eventually apprehended. May I pass this up to you as part of the record, please?
They're going to crank it up, and it's going to blow our eardrums out in just a minute. I've added about 12 decibels of gain, and then I doubled it, so we're at 24. And so if they crank the... Our audio person knows very little, I think. Okay, so there are videos from the Shell station that are being admitted. There's no objection from the defense. Okay, so there are no other matters they need to address before they bring in the jury. That was done outside of the jury's presence. The jury's going to be coming in just a minute. Everyone's going to stand up when they knock on the door, and hopefully then we'll get the audio back. Smofio, nearly my member birthday, 11 months. Thank you very much. Congratulations, you're about to get a new color courthouse, I think, at the 12-month mark. Miss Bree, in the opening, it was presented that his family just didn't want to deal with him anymore, which was tragic, and gave him up for adoption late in life. I'm sure that we'll get the audio back. The chair goes way back. He's using the recline feature to the full effect. What's that drink down by the bailiff's feet? Does he have a pail? Does he have a super jug? We are a tiny bit behind, but we're on 1.25 speed. We're only 6 minutes behind. So we could fast forward, but it's probably going to be just seconds. Okay, here we go. All right. They just stood up. Jury's coming in. Ruthann, thank you, RA Mods in chat. Thank you, Ruthann. 30
Everybody may be seated.
months.
Welcome back, members of the jury. It'll be a nice lunch.
Judge my ears.
We'll continue with the evidence portion of the trial. State, please call your next witness.
State calls Kate Roses.
Fake roses? What? I had to have heard that wrong. Ruthann, 34 months makes you an OG. Thank you.
Face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Faith.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Slow pan. Dramatic reveal of the witness. There she is.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello, Ms. Rosas.
Hello.
If you can just sit up a bit closer to the microphone and speak into the microphone. Would you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Kate Rosas. The last name is Rosas.
Ms. Rosas, how old are you?
33. I'll be 34 tomorrow.
Okay. How long have you lived in this area?
23, 24 years.
24 years? Okay. And I want you to tell the jury, where were you employed back in September of 2023?
I was employed at Shell gas station over in Nokomis. The address is 1000 Extra Road, Nokomis.
In Nokomis?
Yeah, Shell gas station. 1000 Extra Road.
In what capacity did you work at the Shell station?
I was a manager.
Okay. And how long had you been the manager there at that?
14 years.
Whoa,
14?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Okay. In addition to managing the store, did you also sometimes jump on the take money from customers and work the registers?
Yes.
Okay. On that particular morning, did there come a time when you were working the registers at the Shell station?
Yes, especially at 7 o'clock in the morning, between 6:30, 7 o'clock, because it was shift change.
Okay, so tell the jury what's going on at that Shell station between 6:30 and 7:30 in the morning.
People come in, grab coffee, donuts, breakfast, food. People walk in and out. It was a really busy store back then.
Okay. Is there a lot of foot traffic at the Shell station because of construction workers coming in and a lot of construction going on in that area?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. How many other people were on registers that morning, if you remember?
One.
Thank you. One in addition to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have an opportunity to review the video footage from the Shell station?
Yes.
When did you review that, Ms. Rosas?
I reviewed there was a lot of people coming in and coming out.
No. I mean, did you have a chance to look at the video footage recently?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
Right now.
Just today?
Yeah, yesterday.
Just
but I remember everything that happened that day.
Okay.
Like it was yesterday.
Okay, good. So you have a very good memory?
Yeah.
Okay. Has your family teased you about that?
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay. Are you nervous?
I'm actually, yeah.
Okay. You're doing fine. Just talk to me like I'm your friend, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. So you had an
Pretend you like
opportunity
me.
to look at the video footage from the Shell station. And did you recognize that as the interior of the Shell station where you were the manager?
Yes.
And did you recognize yourself in some of the footage
Yes.
as well? Okay. The Shell video that you reviewed this morning, is it a true and accurate depiction of what took place on September 1st of 2023 at your store?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm now offering State's Exhibit number 5 into evidence.
No legal objection. No objection.
Good. We got a new episode of Gas Station Encounters.
Number 5 will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish it at your leisure.
If you haven't watched YouTube for Gas Station Encounters, it's a hilarious commentary in a real gas station video footage of people stealing from the gas station and mostly getting caught.
Okay.
You have to multitask. You have to speak into the microphone while you're turning your head to look at the videos.
Okay.
Just be cognizant of that. Okay. Thank you.
The lawyer, walking away from the microphone, instructs the witness not to talk away from the microphone. Thank you, ma'am. Headed down to the Shell station. Everybody, you want me to pick something up? I'm just going to swing by the drink counter, maybe grab some Reese's, a bag of Ruffles potato chips. Oh, this is good stuff already, I can tell. It's good footage. Can you make it bigger? Thank you.
So, Ms. Roses, what are we looking at right now? I'm going to stop the video, and I want you to point out some of the features of the store. So as we look at the far, well, it would be my left, at the far left of the screen, can you please point out the front, or the doorway to the Shell station?
Right there?
Yes.
That one?
Yes.
Right there.
All right. Is that the main entrance to the Shell station?
No, that's the back.
The back door?
Yes.
Okay. From this angle, are you able to point out to the jury members where the actual front door of the Shell station is?
Right on this side right here, like right next to the machine right there, the lotto machine right there.
Okay. So now that we're in that area of the screen, can you show the members of the jury where the registers are?
That one was register 1 where I was, and this is register 2.
Okay. Who is the person that's wearing the white hat and the red shirt?
That's me.
Okay. All right. So we're going to continue now. And as we're looking at the front door, I'm sorry, the back door that you pointed out to us just a few minutes ago, put your laser pointer out at that person. Okay. And do you recognize that person?
There he is on the far left, right above me. Oh, man, that was funny. We love the gas station employees. Is
now, what area
is he still just covered in
is
blood?
that person walking to?
The coolers.
Is this a different camera angle showing that same person that just walked in the back door?
Yes.
When you say cooler, what items for purchase are in that cooler?
On the back coolers right there, that was the beer coolers. And then on this angle right here, on the back right here, there were Coke products, Pepsi products, iced tea, sweet teas, like right here where he's walking right now, where he's opening the door, that was an iced tea cooler.
Iced tea?
Yes, where all the Lipton tea, Pure Leaf, and everything was.
Now, as you watch the person,
And like you see, he's getting a Pure Leaf tea, extra sweet.
are you able to recognize that product?
Yeah, absolutely.
I stocked that shelf.
So now back at a different angle and show us where that person is.
He's right here, right behind the Red Bull cooler.
Okay, is he standing in line with the other men?
Yes.
Waiting to be helped?
Yes.
At the register.
It's a busy morning. 7:39 in the morning. A couple of people late for work, grabbing the must-haves for the job site.
At that point, did you notice anything unusual about him?
I noticed at that point, no.
Okay.
He's behind the other guy in the back with the hat.
Lots of boxes of merchandise to be added to the shelves. Back in the day when the shelves were full. Remember that? Those were the good old days.
There he goes.
All right. Now, did you summon him over to your register, or why did he walk over?
Yeah, I call him up.
Okay. Right.
That was my beer guy walking out, so I call him up.
Okay.
A beer guy. Everyone needs a beer guy.
What did you notice about the defendant once he came closer to you and walked up to your register? Can you describe what you saw?
Yeah, I saw blood on his hands, and I saw dirt on his hands. And for me, and what I know for Sarasota County, you're not allowed to start working on landscaping, construction, or anything but until 8 o'clock.
Relevance? Overruled.
You're not allowed to work until 8 o'clock in the morning because there's people living around. That's what I know.
Okay. So based upon your experience, you know that landscapers don't begin work until later in the morning because of the noise ordinance.
Yes.
Okay. What else did you notice about the defendant, aside from blood on his hands and being
His look. His look, how he looked, like when I approached him, customer service is always good morning, how are you? He didn't answer back. When I thought, he speaks Spanish, I tried to say it in Spanish too. There was no answer. He was always looking down. And when he handed me the money, it was kind of nervous.
Okay, right. Let's continue for a minute.
And he paid me with a $50 bill.
All right, now what are you doing there?
Checking the bill.
Okay. What kind of bill did he give you?
A $50 bill.
All right, and why is it important to check $50 bills?
Because sometimes they can be fake.
Not a lot of people carry 50s. 20s extremely common, 100s common, 50s less common than 100s. I don't know why that is. Bill checked out, gets his change, sticks it right there in his bloody little fist.
Now I'm going to draw your attention to his shirt, Ms. Roses. Are you able to tell us anything distinctive that you remember about that shirt?
It was dirty. Completely dirty, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Waits for someone else to open the door and then slips through without touching it.
Now, did there come a time when law enforcement came to the Shell station that morning?
Yes, like 2 minutes after he left.
All right, so almost immediately.
Yes.
The defendant walking out that door. And did you eventually speak to law enforcement that morning?
Yes, I did. I was at the office getting change because, like I say, it's the end of the night shift, so I have to go grab change for the rest of the day. And when they came in, they were asking if I see who he was, and yeah.
And were you able to explain to law enforcement, what you remembered about the events of that morning that were?
They came in and they asked me if I have seen a short guy, and I
have a what? I'm sorry.
If I have seen a short guy. Yeah, and I told them, you know how many short guys are here? Yeah. So I need a little bit more description. When they became and they told me the description that what was he wearing, I told them, yes, I sold them an iced tea.
Okay. And so you were able to verify the description of that person?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You see an average-looking guy?
May I have a moment, please?
Great question.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roses. I have nothing further.
Okay.
You have to stay there. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
No questions, John.
No questions.
Please call your next witness.
The state would call Detective Cade Ryer.
Give me a second to see if we're all the way caught up.
And reviewing.
Oops, sorry. Need to hear him swearing.
Yes, I have.
It just jumped to the end, sorry. We're almost caught up. We're almost there. Here it comes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you say your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Detective Cade Ryer, last name Reyher.
And where do you work?
I currently work for the Venice Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been with the Venice Police Department for around 3 years.
Okay. Do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
Prior to working with the Venice Police Department, I worked for the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office as a corrections deputy.
In September of 2023, what was your position with VPD?
At that time, I was assigned as a patrol officer.
All right. Now, on September 1st of 2023, did you go into work that day?
Yes, I did.
And what time did your shift start?
My shift started at approximately 7 o'clock in the morning.
Belinda,
now, when you went in, were you briefed about a wanted subject believed to be in the Venice area?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you tasked with your coworkers to locate that suspect?
Yes, on top of my other patrol officer duties, we were advised to be on the lookout for this subject and to respond promptly to any suspicious person's calls.
All right. Now, at approximately 7:30 that morning, did your agency receive calls in reference to a suspicious man being observed that matched the subject's description?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and in what area were those sightings?
Those sightings were in the area of Knights Trail Road and Laurel Road, and also Triple Diamond Boulevard and Knights Trail Road.
Okay. Now, what did you do based on that information?
Based on the information, I responded to the area, and I began canvassing the area for the subject.
So did you end up going to a retail area near 1000 Knights Trail Road?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you go to the business at that address?
Yes, I did. It was the Shell gas station.
Okay. Now, when you first get there, did you see anyone matching the subject's description?
Upon initial arrival, I did not.
Okay. So what did you do then?
After I canvassed around the gas station and I did not locate anybody, myself and another officer entered the gas station and spoke with the manager there to review any surveillance footage that we could see. While I was inside the gas station, I'd stepped out to go to my patrol vehicle to grab something. As I was outside of the gas station, in the front of it, I was approached by a citizen who advised that the subject that we were looking for and the subject that was on the news was currently behind the gas station. Okay. I gave the citizen a brief description of the subject, who he had again confirmed that it indeed was him, and then I re-entered the store.
Okay. So what did you do next?
When I went into the store, I advised my other officer that was inside that a citizen had possibly identified the wanted person behind the store.
Okay. So did you go behind the store?
Yes. Upon exiting the store, myself and my other officer, we identified a shorter white male wearing a tank top and shorts, walking behind the gas station.
Average looking guy.
And what did you do when you saw him?
When we located him, I drew my agency issued duty firearm. I pointed it at the subject and I gave him verbal commands to get on the ground, to which he complied.
Okay. So at that point, were you able to take that subject into custody?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did he identify himself to you?
Yes, he advised that his name was Dima.
Okay. And that individual, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him and say an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yes. It is the white male right here wearing the long sleeve blue shirt.
Wearing the
May the
ankle
record reflect
bracelets.
that he has identified the defendant?
There's two people wearing, white males wearing a long sleeve blue shirt.
The white male right here at the front table wearing the brown, with the brown hair and the long sleeve blue shirt.
Right. The record will reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Judge is like,
right.
there's a guy in
Now,
the gallery dressed the
were you
same.
able to review surveillance footage documenting the back of the Shell station from that day?
Yes, I was.
In reviewing Mr. Primari's Estates Exhibit 6, have you reviewed the contents of that disc?
Body cam?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do those accurately depict the defendant's arrest at the Shell gas station that morning?
Yes, I do.
So they've moved to evidence Exhibit 6 at this time?
Any objection to 6?
No objection.
6 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
Body cam coming in.
Might kind of dim your eyes.
Avert your eyes. We're turning on the projector.
So can you explain to the jury, in looking at this kind of still shot of States Exhibit 6, where would we see the back door of the Shell station?
You will see the, sorry.
So there's a laser pointer in front of you.
Okay, sir.
Right up here, just straight up.
You will see the back door right here at this walkway. The door is going to be right here.
Right by the air conditioner. Who's rattling the handcuffs right now?
And that vehicle that we're seeing now, is that your patrol vehicle?
Yes, it is.
So they pull in front.
I'm going to pause it for a second. Can you point to the jury where a subject is walking in this video?
Currently, he's not on the screen, but he will walk this way, and then later in the video, he will walk this way as well.
Yeah, the question was a little premature. Let him come out of the building first. That first guy was not our guy. Now he's there. Apparently that was him, and we missed him.
Do you see him in the video now?
Yes, I do.
I think that was an undercover truck. Yep. Game over. A bit of pavement. Not sure if that was necessary, but no taser. He complied. I'm not sure why they put him face first into the pavement.
Now, after placing the defendant in custody, what did you do with him?
Once he was placed into custody, he was then removed from the rear of the business, and we brought him back to the front where my patrol vehicle was.
The other car's like, I'm out of here. Parked illegally. I'm not going to stand around while the cops are here. You see what they just did to that guy for drinking a sweet tea? And the can gets left right there, apparently. Who gets charged with littering?
While you're walking with the defendant, did you
point.
have any substantive discussions with him other than to give him instructions?
No.
Nanny, the defense is basically saying we want a lighter sentence. We're not saying he didn't do it. We just want a lighter sentence than first-degree murder, life without parole.
Now, after placing him in your patrol car, what did you do?
After he was placed into custody and placed in my patrol vehicle at the direction of my supervisors, he was brought back to the Venice Police Department.
And once you arrived at the Venice Police Department, did you have any other active role in this investigation?
No, I did not.
You have a moment to confer?
You may have.
We're focusing on the
No further
laptop
questions.
instead of the witness. There we go.
No questions, John. All right, you may step down.
Thanks, sir.
Don't take the laser pointer. That stays with the witness chair. Was it 99
please
cent
call your next
Arizona?
Yes. The state calls Elizabeth Walker.
Elizabeth Walker, next up on the witness list. This case is flying, by the way, which should be done by Friday. Bad Mouse Finals. The class action settlement came in. You got $94 and the lawyers got $500,000. That's great. Great news.
Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Are you ready?
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker.
Good afternoon.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Elizabeth Walker, Walker.
Where are you employed, Ms. Walker?
Northport Police Department.
And what do you do there?
I am a crime scene technician.
How long have you been a crime scene technician at the Northport Police Department?
For approximately 6.5 years.
And did you have a previous role at Northport Police Department?
Yes, I was a dispatcher for about 3.5 years.
Okay. Will you tell the jury about your educational background?
I am certified through the International Association for Identification as a crime scene investigator. I have approximately 660 hours of formal training in topics such as autopsy and injury photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene photography, death investigations, fingerprint processing, as well as touch DNA evidence collection.
And what about your formal education before you became a crime scene investigator?
I have an associate's degree in criminal justice from the State College of Florida, as well as a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Hodges University.
Okay. Well, can you briefly explain the duties of a crime scene investigator?
As a crime scene technician, I respond to crime scenes to document through photography, videography, sketching, diagramming, evidence collection, and processing.
Right. Now I want to talk about September 1st of 2023. How did you become involved in this homicide case?
I was contacted by telecommunications and requested to respond to Malakote Road, where I was then in contact with Detective Sergeant Fisher and gathered further information.
Okay, and after you were breached, well, tell us, what time did you arrive on the scene?
I arrived at approximately 2:20 a.m.
And after you were briefed by Sergeant Fisher, tell the jury about the first assignments that you undertook.
My first assignment was to document the what appeared to be blood stains on the driveway at 1200 Malakote Road. They appeared to go from the bottom right corner of the driveway upwards towards the front door, where I also observed what appeared to be blood stains on the wall to the right and on the Ring doorbell on the wall. And also what appeared to be bloody foot impressions walking away from the front door and down the driveway.
Right. Did you document your observations of the bloody footprints and the blood stains on Malakote Road?
Yes, through a diagram and photography.
Okay.
More pictures incoming. The court is a little fuzzy. The focus has not been great on this camera, but my camera should be crisp and clear for you. If I look blurry in my little corner down here, you might have to refresh your screen or make sure you're watching on a resolution that is like 1080p or similar. 720 looks good as well.
Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what has been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 8. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes.
Is this a video that you took of the blood trail on Malakote?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 8A. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, that's a diagram that I created.
Is this a diagram that you use to document what you saw visually and through the video of the blood trail leading from 1240 Malakote past 1220 and on to Walton's property, 1200 Malakote Road?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit A and State's Exhibit 8 and State's Exhibit 8A into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
8 and 8A will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you.
A lot of digital evidence has been admitted early on this trial. This is some hard evidence. Just waiting for the screen to be turned on.
Mm-hmm. And if you could use that.
The witness is breathing on the mic. There's a poor pop filter.
Okay.
So first we're going to look at State's Exhibit 8.
Commander, can you go look at Stephen's photo and approve it? Yeah. Thank you. Have to send it to your email, please. He did. He sent it to both of us.
Four grams. We're walking right along the blood trail. Wow. That is a vein or an artery that's open. That's a lot of blood. can see the individual splurts of blood. Oh, we're just going to go into the settings right now in the middle of the video? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Can you press pause? There's something that's blocking the video.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, you did that.
Okay.
The judge has to call. We're going to watch it again. There's a lot of blood.
All right. Commander, can you go look at Stephen's photo and approve it? Yeah. Thank you. Send us your email, please. He did. He sent it to both of us.
Were you able to follow the blood trail even through the graphs?
It was difficult. It was difficult to see in the graphs.
Blue Star would help. Sounds like the defendant is sobbing again in court. How is she not walking on all this? Is it dried at this point?
Hey, it's Fisher. Do you need anything? No, she said she's. I already told Casey. Alright. See you soon.
I'm not sure if she ran out to the street on the way there or on the way back. Flare burning right there. Little road flares set up. higher so we can see where the. Have we walked by two houses, or is she going back to the original house? Set up some road flares, possibly just to mark them, but they didn't light them. They're just sitting there on the road.
Ms. Walker, were there obviously bloody footprints leading towards the residence of John O. Walton and also walking away from the residence of John O. Walton towards 2040 Malakote Road?
Yes.
The defendant's accused of stabbing his parents a total of like 174 times or something combined.
Video that you recorded of those footprints, you told us that you also prepared a diagram. Let's look at that. Will you please point out the paved area, the street area of Malakote Road?
Sure, it's right along here.
It's the bottom part of the image.
Now, I see that in the diagram, 1240, the home of the towers, has what looks like depicted blood on the front entryway.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And did you see any blood from the front entryway down to the road?
In the grass?
Yes, in the grass.
There was some, but the grass was wet from dew, so it was very difficult to locate.
Right. And then it appears that you documented some blood crossing past the vacant residence at
Yes.
1220.
Yes.
Both on the driveway
Yes.
and then later on the paved area of Malakote Road.
Yes.
Were you able to tell by the naked eye in which direction the bleeding person was walking for the blood drops and the blood stains in the driveway?
In this driveway, it appeared that the movement of the person bleeding would have been from east to west.
And what about the blood drops that we see on the paved road between 1220 and 1200?
That motion was a little bit more difficult to determine along the roadway because of the texture of the roadway, and also possibility of the person bleeding was moving slower, so it was more of a drip than it was a faster motion.
Okay. So were you able to tell, based upon those blood drops, that they were different in some way? For example, the blood drops on 1220 in the driveway as opposed to the blood drops on the paved area of Malakote Road?
Yes.
And what was the distinction that you observed?
It was pretty apparent that this movement was from east to west at a pretty rapid pace, and this was presumably going back the other way, but at a slower pace.
Much slower pace. All right, thank you. Did you have further assignment on September 1st, in addition to video recording the blood droplets and beginning to prepare a diagram?
I further documented the bloodstains on the address of 1220 Malakote Road across the driveway.
Okay. Did there come a time when a search was conducted of the premises of 1240 Malakote Road, the Tower residence?
Yes, at approximately 3:45 a.m., I was notified that a residential search warrant had been obtained for 1240.
Okay. Did you participate, after the search warrant was executed, did you participate in the search or documentation of items of evidence in that residence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you prepare a diagram of the interior of the residence?
Yes, diagram and photography inside.
I haven't heard if he has a witness list yet. I know the whole case is supposed to be over by Friday, so I think there won't be much. Little yawn from the defendant. Defense lawyer in his opening statement basically said he did it. We just think that it should be a lesser charge than murder one.
For identification, as States Exhibit 7A through 7J, will you look at these for me, please?
That little curtain you see around the table, the whole purpose of that is to make sure the jury does not see the shackles on the defendant's ankles.
Sorry, Mr. Gilman.
You're okay. You're okay.
Do you recognize these photographs as well?
Yes, they're photographs that I took.
Pardon?
They're photographs that I took.
Okay. Are they a true and accurate depiction of the scene after you and detectives in this case began to search the premises at 1240 Malakote Road?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering into evidence 7A through 7J.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
7A through 7J will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you.
Like the at your leisure. Some of these images might get more graphic as we enter into the main crime scene area.
7A, please. And can you tell us what we see in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the exterior front of 1240 Malakote Road.
Okay. 7B.
Also of the front exterior of 1240 with the side garage door open.
7C.
This is the front entry and walkway of 1240 Malakote. This is the front door.
7D.
Is also another photo of the front door.
Okay. Could you please point out the blood drops at the bottom of the door?
There's blood coming down the door and drips on the step.
Let's look next at State's Exhibit 7E.
And again, the front door with blood in this area and dripping down.
Now we're going to look at the interior of the residence. And let's start with State's Exhibit 7F.
Oh.
Can you tell us which room are we looking?
This is the living room.
And what do we see here in this photograph?
This is the living room floor. This is the male decedent, female decedent, a cell phone here, excessive amounts of blood on each of the couches here. This is the doorway going into the master bedroom. And the front door is over here.
Is this the way the scene, exactly the way the scene looked upon entry by Northport Police Department and crime scene technicians?
Yes.
We're going to look at State's Exhibit 7G. And if you could just point out the, in order to orient the jurors, can you point out where the front door is, please?
The front door is right here.
So we're going to look at State's Exhibit 7I. Pardon. 7H. And again, in order to orient the members of the jury, if you could please point out, and we'll go back and forth between these two photographs, Mr. Tower, legs, and then Mr. Tower's legs near that love seat or couch in the residence and the front door. And finally, in this series of photographs, 7J. Now, although this piece of furniture looks similar, is it different from the piece of furniture that we looked at in the last photograph, 7I?
Yes, it was on a wall where there was a sliding glass door behind it.
I'm sorry?
It was along a wall where there was a sliding glass door.
What I'm asking you is this piece of furniture different from this piece of furniture?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just found the property on Zillow flying the Ukrainian flag, and the street view picture features what might be the defendant running into the house
diagram that you
during the day.
Can you please take a look at this for us, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this a diagram that you produced based upon your investigation at 1240 Mellicote Road?
Yes.
It's obviously a picture from before the murders.
To the best of your ability of the crime scene that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 9 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
9 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
Thank you. Let's look at 9 so that we can get an idea of the layout of that residence. Ms. Walker, first, can you please show us the front door entrance area?
The front door is right here.
And the two bodies of Robbie and Jennifer Tower, where do they appear on this floor plan?
Right here and right here.
And we talked about two pieces of furniture, both sort of brown, overstuffed, upholstered seating. So where is the larger of the two pieces, the couch area?
It is right here.
Okay. And the second?
Right over here.
All right. Now, in addition to the living area where the bodies were found, did you also go into the master bedroom?
Yes.
Will you point that out for the jury, please? Point to the bed. And we see a lot of red depicting blood in the area just to, as we look at this, to the, at the top of the bed, to the north, let's say that's north. Can you point that out too?
Yes.
Aside from the bed itself, is there a bloody area near the, from the area between the bed and the wall, the north wall?
Right here.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
While she's showing that, I'm going to show
Were
you
you
this
able
Google
to
Street
determine where
View.
the defendant's bedroom was in this home?
This is Google
I was
Street View of the
advised
home.
that the defendant's bedroom is in this corner.
Ukrainian flag,
Show
and
us the kitchen,
looks like a
please.
teenage boy running into the house.
Now, aside from the blood in the master bedroom, the blood in the living room and the front entrance, and it appears to be some drops of blood in the kitchen, did you find blood in any other areas of the house?
No, it was mostly concentrated in those areas.
Thank you.
Additional view from a different angle. Appears that someone was running up to the door and somebody has answered the door as well.
Now showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 14A through 14M as in Mary. Take a look for me. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the crime scene on September 1st, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering 14A through 14M into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
14A through 14M will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, again, we're going to focus just for a moment on the living room, and we're going to point out the piece of brown furniture that we saw behind Mr. Towers' legs, and I want you to show the members of the jury the entrance to the master bedroom, please.
Okay. This is the sofa, and this is the entrance to the master bedroom.
All right, and while we have them both now in the same photograph, that love seat that you described as being against a sliding glass door.
That love seat is right here.
Thank you. Let's look next at State's Exhibit 14B. And you're going to have to tell us in which room are we looking now?
This is inside the master bedroom.
Okay, so let's switch between the two photographs. And we're going to look at 14A and then 14B. Show us that wall that goes into the bedroom.
It's just on the other side of this door jamb.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. 14C.
This is a little bit further into the master bedroom, still turning to the right into the doorway.
14D.
This is the corner of the bed and a dresser that was along the north wall.
Okay. Is that the foot of the bed that we see there, that brown leather, or?
Yes. This is like an ottoman.
Wow.
And this is the corner of the bed.
Whoa.
Were you able, through your investigation, to determine whose side of the bed this is that we're looking at here with the blood?
I don't know that.
Okay.
We heard that the father was stabbed in the bed.
This is 14F for the record. And there's a nightstand to just on the side of the bed. Would you point that out, members of the jury, please? We're now looking at 14L. This blood smear that we see on the north wall of the bedroom, is it also accompanied by a lot of blood spatter surrounding the smear itself?
Yes, there's smaller impact stains here.
Now that nightstand that we saw in the previous picture, did there come a time when evidence was found behind that nightstand?
Yes.
Did you discover that evidence yourself? Or did someone in the Northport Police Department that was searching the house discover that evidence?
It was a detective that located it.
Okay. And that is 14L, but we're going to look at a closer photograph. Is this the item of evidence that was found behind the nightstand in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And why is it that you have an evidence marker there, a yellow plastic number 10? What's the purpose of doing that in crime scene investigation?
To identify items of evidence in a methodical manner, so each item would be assigned a number.
And did you use those markers that you set out in the crime scene when you were preparing that diagram so that you could include items of evidence that were relevant to the case in that floor plan that we saw just a few moments ago?
Yes.
The insanity defense in Florida is a difficult one. Very few people are able to effectively use it. You have to prove that you did not know it was wrong at the time you did it. Just don't think that's available to this defendant because of his actions and his confession. Either they did not know it was wrong or did not know what they were doing. This seems I don't know if heat of passion works when they're both asleep in bed when you attack them. I think it would have to be in the moment. Oh, it looks like we're getting a knife evidence box out.
So I'm showing you what has been marked for evidence by the state in State's Exhibit number 15. And State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 50?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's packaged in a way that we package knives, and it has our barcode label and case number on it.
Okay, is your identification on there?
Yes.
The bailiff guards the scissors.
Do you recognize the packaging of this item?
Yes.
Can you open that for me, please? Here's some gloves.
High heels in the courtroom and cables on the floor. Not a good mix. Who is the squeegee of justice? Trial TV Live. Fellow content creator, true crime fan, and just a gentleman. Good friend of the channel as well.
You could just look into that box and tell me if you recognize that item.
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was discovered and packaged?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 15 into evidence, please.
Any objection to 15?
No objection.
15 will be admitted. Do you wish to publish that to the jury?
I do, but I have another piece as well. So
Okay.
I'm now showing you State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is in Northport Police Department packaging, and it is labeled with the case number.
Okay, speak up nice and loudly.
It's labeled with the case number and with Northport Police Department packaging.
Okay, and can you tell me what that is, please?
It's a cellular phone.
And where was that phone located?
It was on the master bedroom floor between the bed and the north wall.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was collected from the crime scene?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm now offering State 16 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
16 will be admitted. You may publish it.
May I have the bailiff publish?
Yes, Carl, if you can help us out.
Carl. Dizzy Grenade, congratulations on 19 months of support. That is amazing. I think we could pretty much call you an OG as well. Dizzy Grenade, welcome. And Pikachu as well. Pikachu. bailiff's going to ask for a raise. That wasn't in his job description. Pica is a pizza place in Delco. A pica is a unit of measure in typography, I think. It's a you have these special rulers with a little like mushroom head on the top. So we called them a pica stick. We used them in the print class all the time.
Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification. States Exhibit 17A through 17D. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the kitchen area of 1240 Malakote Road?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering states 17A, B, C, and D into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
States Exhibit 17A, B, C, and D will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Have a lot of leisure in this case. We are, after all, in Florida, state of retirement. Yes, 12 points to a pica. Next time you choose a font size, you'll remember that. CC Clearly, member for 31 months. Greetings to all. Thank you, RA Mods. Thank you. 31 months of support. It's huge.
We're looking at States Exhibit 17A. And if you could please orient the jury by showing them where is the master bedroom that we just looked at the photos of the master bedroom.
The master bedroom would be in this corner beyond the kitchen.
Thank you. Now we're looking at States Exhibit 17B. As you and North Park police detectives searched the area, did you note anything of significance in the kitchen area?
Yes, we observed what appeared to be diluted blood stains around the countertop, around the sink, kind of down the front of the cabinets here. There was some also on the front of the dishwasher, and a towel that appeared to have blood on it as well.
Okay. Was there also a group of knives that were readily apparent when you walked into the kitchen?
Yes, there's a knife block here.
Let's look next at 17C, and you told us that you saw some evidence of cleanup. Can you show the members of the jury what we're looking for here?
There's diluted blood here and around the right side.
And at this point, has that knife block been removed from that area?
Yes.
So the knife block was, show us again. The knife block was there, but now has it been collected as evidence?
It was.
Is this no longer on the sink?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's look finally at States Exhibit 17D. And what do we see in this photograph that's significant?
Some bloody towels.
Diluted blood here and the towel with what appeared to be blood on it as well.
Donna Littlefield.
Okay, so you say blood.
Congratulations.
Is there any way that you test for what appears to be blood so that you know?
Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate it.
The,
Thanks for stopping by.
realization that it's actually blood.
Yes.
Tell the jury how you do that.
There's a presumptive test called phenolphthalein that will identify when there's blood present versus just a reddish stain.
Okay. So how does phenolphthalein?
Yes.
Phenolphthalein, how does that work specifically? A chemical reaction?
It is a chemical reaction. It's a 3-step process utilizing a swab that's moistened and you rub the stain that you're wanting to test, and then you apply 2 more chemicals, and it will give a reaction that's pink if it's positive.
I happen to have a lot of phenolphthalein in my basement.
Case, did you use that phenolphthalein to test for presumptive blood on the towel and the area surrounding the sink?
We did not.
Why?
There wasn't a question in the way that the scene was presented to us, and it was somewhat irrelevant. If the towel needed to be further tested, it could be done in a lab as well.
There are a few chemicals I own that I had to register to purchase. Don't think phenolphthalein was one, but I've got some powdered form chemicals that were that came with a big stack of paperwork. Let's put it that way. Used them in science. It's a lot of fun. Making hydrogen. Just a friendly letter from the DOJ, checking in to see how you're doing.
It's a little cumbersome, so I'll have to make some room. Actually, I think I'll put it down here, if you don't mind. So you can look at
The parents were actually found together, their heads were just inches apart. So the dad passed first in the living room. The mom clearly was able to escape, run to a neighbor's house, and then either came back or was forced back. I would say came back of her own when she wasn't able to locate help.
States Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize it?
And then end up being
Yes, I do.
killed in that same room.
Is it part of the evidence that you
Cindy!
collected from the kitchen when you did the search and collection of evidence on September 1st of 2023?
Yes.
Is this in the same or similar condition as when you retrieved it from the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, you hesitated.
She hesitated too long.
There's one knife that's not in the block.
Okay, but it's in the same or substantially the
Yes.
same condition? All right, thank you. Your Honor, I'm offering States Exhibit number 18 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
18 is admitted. You may publish.
Bailiff.
Would you like to put some gloves on and take it out?
Cindy, enjoy the moment. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You did hit the squeegee of justice with that one. What great aim. Also misbehaving. Virgorella, Sharon Logue, and Sarge. This is a knife block, not that much different than most of us may have in our kitchens, all too often featured in a murder trial.
The jury from where you're standing, Ms. Walker. Now, you mentioned, as I was asking you if it was in the same or substantially the same condition, that it was a bit different from when you collected it. What is the difference?
There's one knife that was down here that's not in the block.
Put that down, and then we're going to look at what's been marked for identification in States Exhibit number 22. So I'm showing you States Exhibit 22 for identification, and I want to ask you if you recognize that item.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the crime scene at 1240 Malaco?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering States 22 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
22 would be admitted. You may publish it.
Thank you. Okay, and if you could just stand up and show that to the jury. I think I'm going to ask the bailiff to do that as well.
Wow, what an effective display. It gives the impression of the knife being stabbed into a substance.
This knife that you found in the knife block, is it similar to the knife that was found behind the nightstand in the master bedroom?
Yes.
How similar?
The handles are both silver metal, and the blade is serrated.
Is it virtually identical to the knife that was found behind the nightstand?
Yes.
Still have your gloves on. I ask you to put that back in the box, please. Now, in the photographs that we looked at just a few moments ago, in State's Exhibit number 17D, we talked about a towel, a white towel that was found on the countertop in the kitchen. Did you collect that and put it into evidence at the Northport Police Department?
Yes.
Now showing you the vote remark for identification. And State's Exhibit number 20. Do you recognize that item? Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Another big evidence
Is this
bag.
the item that you collected from the countertop in the kitchen that we just saw in the photograph 17D?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected
Yes.
in the kitchen? Your Honor, I'm now offering States 20 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
20 will be admitted. You may publish.
Thank you.
Interesting to note, the property value for the home where the murders took place has been decreasing in value for the last 3 years. Used to be worth about $351,000. Currently appraised at around, estimated around $277,000. A little bit trending a little bit below the price of similar sized homes in the 1,500 square foot ballpark. Yeah, couldn't figure it out. It's a mystery.
Thank you. Did there come a time when the medical examiner arrived on the scene?
Yes.
Did you assist the medical examiner in any way?
Yes, I assisted with an examination of the decedents as well as additional photography of their injuries.
And is that something that you routinely do at a homicide scene such as this when the medical examiner comes?
Yes.
All right. And in this case, the victims were lying prone or face down when you first encountered their bodies?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it important for the medical examiner to turn over the bodies specifically for identification, but also to identify the wounds inflicted?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what have been marked for identification as 19A and 19B. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the decedents after Dr. Vega arrived on scene and you assisted him in further investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering 19A and 19B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 19A and 19B will be admitted. Where are we in terms of timing on this witness?
Close to completion.
Okay. Jurors, are you okay to continue, or do you want a break? We've been going for about an hour and a half. I know it was after lunch. You folks okay? We'll take one after this witness. Okay, let's continue then. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The jurors have built up their endurance. I say keep it going. I can hold it a little while longer.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 19A. And is this Jennifer Tower?
Yes, it is.
Now we see now that there's a little difference in the scene. We have a white sheet lying under Ms. Tower. Is that something that the medical examiner routinely does when he or she comes to the scene to begin their preliminary examination?
Yes.
And was Ms. Tower's body transported from the scene to the morgue at some point that day on September 1st?
Yes.
Let's look now at State's Exhibit 19B. And again, Mr. Tower is lying on a white sheet. Is that part of the medical examiner's protocol?
Yes.
Was his body subsequently removed from the scene and taken to the morgue?
Yes.
For autopsy?
Mm-hmm.
For those that missed the intro on this, we're going to hear eventually from the medical examiner that I think it was 68 and 79 stabs, respectively. Individual injuries caused by knife on the victims. Extremely brutal. This looks like either furniture covers or carpet samples. Ooh, we just accidentally panned over to see a picture of the deceased father.
Yes.
Is it in the same, substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the crime scene?
Yes.
And from where did you collect it in the crime scene?
The towel was underneath Jennifer Tower.
Your Honor, I'm offering States 10 into evidence, please.
Any objection to 10?
No objection.
10 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
Thank you. I'm now showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 11A and 11B. Take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them after the autopsy of Jennifer Tower?
Yes.
Was this clothing removed from her body during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm offering States 11A and 11B into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
11A and 11B will be admitted. You may publish them.
Thank Thank you. Did you notice anything particularly distinctive about the pajama top that Ms. Tower was wearing that was retrieved as evidence?
There were multiple what appeared to be stab marks in the material of the top part of the shirt.
So the material on the top of the shirt was torn in many places?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, showing you what's been marked for identification in states 12. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
Are these items, were these items collected in the course of the Dr. Vega's examination and the subsequent autopsy of Robbie Tower?
Yes.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected?
Yes.
On our offering states 12 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
12 will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Thank you. Now I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 13. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that item collected from 1240 Malakote, the
Yes.
crime scene?
Yes, it was.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was collected during your investigation?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
It's a cellular phone.
And where was it located?
It was on the floor of the living room near the two victims.
All right. Now, States Exhibit 22, you presented the jury with a knife.
Yes.
Is this the same knife that was in the plastic sleeve that the jury just saw a moment ago?
Yes, it is.
Now, is it, with the naked eye, is there anything visible on the handle of that knife?
There appears to be possibly blood here.
Okay. Let's look at
Sorry, I've got a lot of things.
21C with the naked eye again.
A lot of buttons to push.
Same area here.
And finally, 21D. Did you send these items of evidence, along with other evidence, to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
Did you attend the autopsy of Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
Yes, I did.
When was that, Ms. Walker?
It was on Sunday, September 3rd.
And where were the autopsies performed, please?
At the 12th District Medical Examiner's Office.
Who conducted those autopsies?
Dr. Vega.
Is it routine practice for members of the crime scene unit to attend the autopsies in homicide cases?
Yes, it is. We will attend autopsies and homicide cases to further document the victim's injuries as well as collect evidence from the victims.
Okay. Did there come a time during the course of the autopsies that Dr. Vega actually removed the larynx from the bodies of Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
Yes.
Did you collect evidence from Jennifer and Robbie Tower in addition to the clothing that we just introduced into evidence?
Yes.
What else did you collect from during the autopsy?
A DNA stain card.
Okay. What is a DNA stain card?
A DNA stain card is a blood sample from the victim that's preserved on a card, and it can later be used for DNA analysis.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I have a moment, please.
Yeah, this is the first time I've heard this. Unless they particularly were injured. Why the removal? The Emmy says, hey, it's just something I do. Every single victim. Take their larynx. All right.
Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 31 and State's Exhibit number 32. Will you look at those for me?
These will be the blood sample cards, I believe.
Do you recognize these from their markings?
Yes.
Based on the markings that are on here from both the Northport Police Department and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, are these the stain cards that you submitted to Florida Department of Law Enforcement and then they eventually sent back to you after their analysis was performed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 31 and 32 into evidence, please.
Any objection to 31 and 32?
No objection.
Both will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if you would remind the members of the jury that they're going to have an opportunity to look at all of this evidence.
Sure.
I have nothing further for you, Ms. Walker, at this moment.
Thank you.
Cross-examination, nothing.
Like that.
Can you get that
While they're
evidence?
collecting the evidence, we're kind of in between. Mr. Gilman will do his cross-examination in just a moment. So you heard the state ask, and I'll do so. Remember, all items that are admitted into evidence will go back into the jury room with you, okay?
Emmy may be next. Logically, it makes sense. We've followed the victims, the sign to the crime scene, and now the crime scene. We followed the victims' bodies to the morgue, so I think the Emmy might be up.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Let's wait one moment. Mr.
Okay.
Counselor.
I was trying to be efficient.
There's a lot of evidence to go put back. Apparently, the bailiff only helps show it off. He doesn't help put it away.
When you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good.
Good. And you have been a crime scene technician for Northport Police Department for how long now?
Approximately 6.5 years.
Okay. And most of the time when crime scene technicians are called out, it's to assist detectives in an investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And you say you got there about 2:20 in the morning on September the 1st?
Yes, that's correct.
So were you working like an overnight shift, or did they call you out specifically from home?
I was called out. I was on call that evening.
Okay, so there's not a situation where you have crime scene technicians 24/7 at Northport Police Department?
Correct. Not at our agency.
Okay. Now, when you were going through the video following the blood trail, you weren't doing that for any kind of speed, correct?
Correct.
You were doing that to make sure that you got a full documentation, right?
Correct.
So we don't know if the amount of time it took on that video is the same amount of time it took for the person to travel that distance, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it's not meant to be the most efficient path, right? You were just following the path, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you say at 3:45 in the morning you get a search warrant for the residence, correct?
Yes.
And that was the detectives are the ones that authored all that and get all that together, correct?
That's right.
And usually at that point in time, they're the ones that are doing the search, right?
Yes.
And then you are going along to document the things that they are locating, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And there were 2 knives that we have seen that were collected, correct?
That's correct.
You would agree with me that you treated those 2 knives differently, right?
I don't understand the question.
Well, one of them was packaged and sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, right?
All of the knives were sent to FDLE.
And only one of them had pictures that you took of blood on it, correct?
There was one.
I'm going to object because this witness is not qualified to talk about what was found on those. That comes through the FDLE.
All right, it's cross-examination. There's some photos. She pointed out some blood, so I think she can answer the question. You can answer the question.
Sure. So the knife that was taken from the knife block, you took extra photographs of that, correct?
That was done by another crime scene technician.
Okay, but that still was done at North Portland Police Department, right?
Yes.
And there were close-ups, and you pointed out there were blood droplets on that knife, correct?
Yes, what appeared to be.
Okay. And the other knife that was found in the bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Did not have those same photographs taken.
I can't speak for that because I didn't take the lab photos.
But you took a photograph of it when it was collected, right?
Yes, when it was collected, yes.
And that knife was not depicted in the lab photos, correct?
The lab photos are a completely separate series of photographs that I did not take. So I can't speak for if there was a specific lab photo of that knife taken.
All right. And when you're doing this collection at 3:45 in the morning, you've been informed at this point, at least detectives have, that there has been a suspect, correct?
Yes.
You knew that somebody was seen leaving the area?
Yes.
And that law enforcement was after them?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Jim.
Any redirect?
Yes. So, in a proper crime scene investigation, when we're going to try to figure out if there's DNA on the knife that comes from the parties, is that your job?
That is not my job to determine if there's certain DNA.
Okay. And although you're not a DNA analyst, can you answer this question? Is DNA visible to the naked eye?
If DNA is not visible to the naked eye, no.
Thank you. So your job is to collect evidence, yes?
Yes.
And is it your job to document evidence?
Yes.
And if you are instructed by the lead detective to send that evidence for further investigation?
Yes.
Your job is to document everything that you believe or the detectives believe is relevant at the scene?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as to the blood trail, you testified during direct that the speed walking from 2040 Malakote over to 1200 where Ms. Walton lived appeared different from the speed on the roadway going back.
Yes.
Okay. So based upon your experience and based upon your training, why did you testify to that?
The bloodstain pattern.
Right or outside the scope?
Either that or asked and answered. Are you asking the same question you asked earlier?
Yeah.
Let me, why don't you ask the question again? I thought this was covered on direct, but maybe this is
It
new.
was
Let me
covered
see.
on direct, but then there was some
Redirect.
clarification needs to be made.
Strategic approach.
No, I'm going to overrule it. Briefly, you can, do you understand the question?
Yes.
Okay. Is this, you answered this earlier on direct, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'll allow her to briefly answer it. You may.
My question is different. I'm asking how she was able to make that evaluation. So,
Your Honor, that's outside the scope.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
So, based upon your training and experience, how were you able to make that evaluation that you testified to on direct examination?
Through my training and experience, the bloodstains that were going across the driveway at 1220 were in somewhat of a V shape. So if you would imagine when you're walking and you're swinging your hands, likely at a fast pace, it's going to make a certain pattern. Whereas coming back on the roadway and even going up the driveway, it appeared to be more of a drip, like almost straight down, which would mean that the movement was a little bit slower.
And is that one of the things that you are trained to do as a crime scene investigator, is to look at that kind of evidence and opine upon that evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross?
Can we add to the anger counter
I
there?
understand that testimony, ma'am. My question to you during cross-examination was the video meant to match the speed that you believe the person to be walking?
No.
Thank you.
May the witness be excused.
You may.
Mr. Gilman?
No objection.
You may step down.
I don't know why he made a big
Let's take our
point
afternoon
about that.
break, folks. It's 2:57. Let's make it a 15-minute break. Is that enough? Stretch, hang out, make a phone call, use the restroom. Again, do not discuss anything, of course, related to your jury service. Leave your notepads, pens here in the courtroom face down. Everybody stand. Jurors exiting.
Stretch and hang out. Don't let it all hang out. That's different, and that's not encouraged, even if it is Florida. So short break right now. Let's see if they have anything that we need to cover here during the interim. I think maybe defense wants to say something. He keeps he's making little hand gestures like he's about to speak. Like he's like that sort of thing. Ready?
All right, jurors of exiting. Mr. Gilman, I didn't allow you to approach. I thought that your question related to the speed of her on the video, which you re-asked, allowed the state in redirect to ask questions related to the speed again. So that's why I overruled your objection. I think her answer was very similar to what she testified on direct. She added this V shape that didn't come out on direct, but it was essentially the same testimony. All right, so we'll take a 15-minute break.
One thing briefly, Your Honor, I noticed I heard it from here, from the audience during some of the photographs, so we could just have a reminder not to have audible gasps or noises coming when there's evidence being presented. I heard it a couple times here, so
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was me.
Tell me what you heard.
I went,
when photographs of, like, the bed, for example, with lots of blood, there were audible gasps coming from back, left, behind.
Okay.
Just
twice I heard audible gasps, and I couldn't tell where they were coming from. I looked in the audience. There's a lady on the left who seems to be a bit moved and using Kleenex, although I didn't see or hear anything from her.
Ma'am, have you been
the lady
gasping?
in the back in the black shirt in the last row also was showing some emotion, appeared with Kleenex. But for the most part, I didn't see anything that caused me concern. Folks, I'll remind you, I will say that several people left prior to those photos being shown, including the lady, I think, in the back in the black shirt, I thought left. Folks, no gasping, no audible noises of any kind, okay? Bailiffs, if you can assist me in keeping an eye out for that, so that we can make sure that that doesn't occur again, okay? Let's take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back.
all right, keep your gasps to yourself. All right. So no more gasping. If you, I can mute my mic. I will do that. I'll mute my mic before I gasp. It'll be like, that's all you'll hear. That's all you'll hear. I'll just mute it. So you'll know the next one is not going to be me. But what's with the judge and Kleenex? Is there any other brand he's called out as much as Kleenex? The slow pan is killing me. Molly, Caitlin, what's funny is that's actually ordered by the court. Having been down in Sarasota County and been in their courtrooms as a media member, the court has decorum rules for media. And there's lots of little things on there, like the cameras have to be silent. Once they're set up, they have to remain in position. They can only be removed during a break. The judge chooses where the camera is located. You can't film the jury. There can be no flashing lights to indicate recording is happening. So most cameras have a little red light. You have to just put tape over it. And another thing is there can be no sudden movements. And so all movements, if you want to pan, you've got to be like sneaky so the judge doesn't catch you turning. That's one of the rules of court. Some courts don't have that rule, and we can jump around all over the place like a news cameraman with whiplash. So, all right. Kleenex. He's getting paid to mention Kleenex. I think he bought stock in Kleenex, the parent company. Is that a Procter & Gamble? Who owns Kleenex? Is it P&G? He must have bought stock in that before the trial, hoping for a little bump. All right. Facial tissue sounds aloof. All tissues are Kleenex. Even the roll form that's, because that's toilet paper. I mean, it'll do in a pinch, but I think it's Kimberly-Clark. Okay, one of the other big ones. Kleenex, if you're out there, we could use a sponsorship. Because these puffs with lotion just aren't cutting it. As you can see, the box is dilapidated. It's not the best shape. Kleenex, hit me up. The judge calling people out by the description. The woman on the back row in the black shirt. Yeah, you've been crying. I saw you using the Kleenex. Next to you, ma'am, you did it as well. Saw you were a little shaken up about this. Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you leave before you knew we were going to show you these pictures you've never seen before? I'm a Puffs Plus person myself, and nothing else will do. Kleenex, don't pay any attention to that. Red Pen does not represent the channel when it comes to sponsorships. So unless Puffs, if you're interested, Red's your gal. She'll be our go-between. So we'll take whatever sponsorship comes our way in the facial tissue area. We're picky about all the other ones. Weather Alert says there is an atmospheric river coming my way. That's never good, Camilla. It means bad things are coming. I will tell you that tonight we anticipate northern lights again. If you missed it last night, tonight's your night. Although there's more cloud cover for some of the western United States. They got a good show yesterday. They probably won't see it as well tonight, but a good portion of the United States, particularly the northern states, will get a little bit of a show tonight. So it's going to be really good. RA needs a brand of tissues for sweaty eyes. Yes, and the lotion ones don't work. Let me just say, the lotion in the eye, not good. Makes them sweat more. All right. They also have Huggies diapers, Kotex feminine hygiene products. I can't help you there. You'll have to find a different creator that can really, maybe Mrs. RA will step in and be like, hey, I can vouch. Cottonelle and Scott toilet paper, they own you. We're done with the diapers, so only about half their lineup is any good to us. It was awesome last night. It was fabulous. It was absolutely incredible, and my pictures don't do it justice, but I'll show you anyway. Let's see, because we're in a break. This right here was. This was looking to the northeast. At one point during the night, we were taking pictures almost probably 75 degrees rotational-wise, counterclockwise of this, to the north, and still getting... so this is east-northeast, and we were seeing this. And then later we were getting pictures. Just let's see if I can get you one more, a little better one. I took my my fancy camera out, and the one I use right here, this one, and tried to get that to capture everything the way I wanted it to, and it's all manual, so I'm setting everything completely manually, and did my best. But even with the timed exposure on a tripod, everything else, my iPhone beat it hands down. Just better pictures across the board. Let's see. Let me get rid of that picture. I'll show you this one. So this is my still camera that took this picture, and then this is my iPhone that took this picture. So you can see the difference. So iPhone, Sony camera, iPhone, Sony camera. So your phone's good enough. I will say that Apple's not a sponsor either. For North Carolina to see northern lights like that is incredible. That was really something else. I'd never seen them in my life quite that good. But if you do go out and look for them, the suggestion is try to find a place with as little light pollution as possible. For me, I had to drive outside of town a little ways. I went down to Sarah's house down the road, the lady that has the hardware store. We were actually on her driveway, and I took those pictures. This is actually her house right there. The light's down there in the bottom, right down here. You see right next to me, that's her house. But if you can't see them with your just your eyes, after you've adjusted your eyes to the darkness, use your camera phone to look around, because it's more it's more sensitive to that. So make sure you've got like a 3-second exposure on where you hold the camera still. You can even do it handheld. You don't need a tripod. You can get some great pictures. All right. No one told me to look. Tonight's the night. It's okay. Yesterday was just a warm-up. It was a practice. Tonight is the night to do it. What's the best time? Gabby for Justice, from dark till about 10 o'clock at night is going to be good. And then from like 10 to 4, basically from dark to 4, all night long there's a possibility. They don't really know when it's going to hit us, because we're still learning about solar flares and how they work and how fast they travel and all that. But with those of us with a non-fancy camera, what settings should your iPhone should we use? I would just turn on the camera. You want a photo, not a video. Video does not do it very well. You want a photo, and there should be a little night mode that automatically turns on. I would recommend you save it in the highest resolution format you can, and you can go into settings if you want that, because that will have the most detail. But I've never seen red northern lights here in Norway. We see them a lot, but they're green, magical. You see them up north, you get more green. We don't get the green down here. Typically the way it works is red is the highest, green is below. So red is like 150 miles above the earth, I think. Let me check my notes here. It goes red, green, purple, and blue. Blue is below 60 miles. It's very rare, and that's because of the nitrogen in the air. Purple above that and violets are seen due to high concentrations of nitrogen. Greens are seen due to high concentrations of oxygen, and red above that is the lack of oxygen. And it's visible under intense solar activity, which is what we got. So, Murder Show, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome. We had red bursts, green on the horizon, and purples and blues on the edges. Fantastic. Alaska had blue and white ones last night. That's so amazing. We have clouds. I'm sorry. Hope for a break in the clouds a little bit. Lara Lou Liz says the defendant crying or reacting is totally differently situated than a non-party audience member reacting. The lawyer has a duty to limit the prejudice. Yes, and the judge will take care of the audience if it's a problem as well. So if it continues, I'm sure he's going to stop it. All right. Just looked and see RA is reading, though I thought he actually knew. No, I just saved a chart, a key on my phone, just to remind me. Selena, thank you very much. I'm pretty impressed with them. The good ones on the iPhone were taken by my daughter, and the blurry ones that are a little dimmer were taken by me. I'm not taking this camera out tonight. I'm just taking the iPhone. That's it. And maybe I'll take Mrs. RA's phone as well, which we still have not set up. It has a new battery. It works now. I think. It's not. Well, there we go. It's turning on. I think it's been turned off. It's not even set up, but. All right. Friends as far south as Florida and Arizona got northern lights last night. We are on a break right now, just for those that are asking. We've got just about 3 minutes left before the judge comes back. It's going to be better tonight. Maybe even Southern California will get them if they don't get too many clouds. Wait, breaking news. Mrs. R.A. got a phone. This is my old phone. This is the phone I had, and I traded in to get this one. Now you might say it's the same phone, right? But it's not. This one is slightly bigger. See? So I got a bigger phone, and she got the older one. But this battery was bad, so we just had the battery replaced, which is still full, so that's cool. You can see it's still saying hello on there, so it needs to be set up. How was that a trade-in? I was supposed to trade the other one in, but the store sort of ripped me off.
Hello.
And so I ended up keeping the phone, and now Mrs. R.A. gets it because she's not going to answer it, and she's not going to carry it with her. And she literally picked it up from the store where the battery was replaced and left it in the car when she came home. So you know what's going to happen, right? It's inevitable. So who will get the Dwayne calls? Me, because I've changed my phone number from the old phone to the new one. Mrs. R.A. will have a phone when R.A. stops holding it. She's setting up the account. Once she orders the account, I will do all the setup on this end. Then she gets it. She doesn't want to do that.
Hello.
Anyway, yeah, because she's volunteering to teach people. She's doing some great stuff, and she needed a phone for that. So, all right. Hello, Beckett.
Hello.
She might lose it. Get her an addictive mobile game. She won't use it. She will not allow an addictive mobile game to be on the device. She does not play games. Lacey the Little Grizzly. Ha. Or hi. A little of both. I think it's ha with exclamation points. 2 years. Yay. Lacey the Little Grizzly. Congratulations. 24 months. You have that pink courthouse, which looks absolutely fabulous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And hello. Hello to you. I think we're about to go back to court.
Hello.
Phones were always for emergencies. Now she's set for an emergency. She doesn't even need like many minutes because we keep Starlink installed on her car, right? So my Starlink is permanently installed on her car. So anywhere she goes, she has Wi-Fi. So she could just make like all the texts and things she needs that way. Because Starlink, it used to be when you don't use it, you just don't pay that month. Then you turn it on when you need it. Now, for the privilege of not having Starlink working, it costs $5 a month, but it lets you do basic texting and low bandwidth stuff, which a phone call can cover. So it's pretty cool that way. So now for $5 a month, anywhere she goes, coverage. Minutes, do they do minutes still? Some plans do. Most are unlimited. I think she's getting an unlimited, though. A cheap one. No, she's actually teaching people that are between high school and college that need help getting started in college. But the jump to college is a difficult one for some people, and she's focusing on those people to help them get ready for college. So she signed up to do that for a year. So that's awesome. She might do more. Depends how it goes. All right. Mrs. R.A. is a wonderful person. She is incredible. I married up. She's amazing. Barb, this was a stabby case. Like 174 stabbies between the two parents. But they were sleeping, and he basically took out or incapacitated the dad first, stabbed him a ton in the bed, so much so that there was so much blood that the knife became slippery, and he lost the knife, had to go up to the kitchen, get another knife, and continue. The dad was able, probably at that time, to leave the bedroom and made it to the front room where he was finished off, so to speak, where he collapsed. That's where they found his body. The wife then was attacked. She ran, or she may have been attacked around the same time he was going to get a new knife. So she runs to the neighbor's house, 2 houses away, and is banging on the door, screaming for help. The neighbors are asleep in bed. By the time they come down, she's left, or she's not there anymore. There's just blood everywhere. They called 911, and she was either he chased her down and brought her back, or she came back, and she was eventually found dead after leaving many different pools of blood on different furniture around the living room. The state says that he didn't kill her immediately and vented all his frustrations and anger and to her, and then killed her. And she ended up dying literally at her husband's side, just inches apart from him on the floor. So very brutal, very, very brutal. All right. Any second now we'll be back in court. So let's jump back there and listen. We are live, so we can't zoom. It's a sad case. This is not their biological child. This is a child they adopted from Ukraine. They adopted him as a teenager, and he came over, and according to police, which we haven't heard the police report yet, where he did speak to police after he was taken into custody, he described it with one word. He said rage. He was angry at his adoptive parents, and one night he just decided to do it. What's his defense? The defense is basically that he's sort of young mentally, and the defense says murder one is too harsh a sentence, carries too harsh a sentence. Yes, we're not. The lawyer says we're not telling you he didn't do it, but we believe there is a lighter sentenced crime that applies in this case. So they basically want a lesser included. That's all they're going for. Haven't heard anything about drugs involved at all. It's a terrible case. It's terrible. We showed you the Zillow listing for the house, which is not on the market right now. But the Zillow Street View, the Google Street View that Zillow uses, features the house flying a Ukrainian flag, and it looks like someone is running to the house, or a teenager is like a friend, or either he's at the door or he's running to the door. But living with them for 7 years sounds about right. Yep. There's our defendant again. He's back. Waiting for audio to kick in. Might be a little bit loud, so brace yourselves if you're wearing earbuds. Here we go. Defense lawyer is telling his client about the schedule and what happens tomorrow. A quick look back. That's going to be freeze framed. Quick look back into the audience to see who's there. Subtle glance at the camera. Most likely not familiar faces on that side of the room. Or at least not friendly ones. He was arrested on his birthday. I think he was adopted around the age of 14, if I understand correctly.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. Let's continue with the trial. State, please call your next witness.
The state will call Courtney Stender.
Courtney Sender, possibly the ME here. If it is the ME, this is the view we're probably going to get from most of the testimony, because the laptop the prosecution is using, which shows the pictures, which will be displayed, is right in front of the witness. So we can't look at the witness during the testimony. We can't look at the screen during the testimony. And
Stand right here. You have to face the record. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
she has a visitor pass. What is this? A witness badge. Do they do witness badges there?
Good afternoon, Ms. Stender. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Courtney Stender.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
It's Stender.
And where do you work?
I work for the Northport Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
26 years.
And what is your current position with the Northport Police Department?
I work in the training unit as a training specialist.
All right. And in 2023, what was your position?
I was a crime scene technician.
How long were you with the crime scene unit at Northport Police?
17 years.
Now, in crime scene, were you regularly assigned to conduct examinations or documenting with respect to death investigations?
Yes, I was.
And did you assist with the investigation involving this case with Dima Tower?
Yes, I did.
Now, specifically on September 1st of 2023, did you assist detectives with documenting the execution of a search warrant on a vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And was that vehicle a Chevy Sonic bearing West Virginia license plate 2ZE784?
That is correct. Yes, I did.
Where did the search of that vehicle take place?
At the Northport Police Department in the crime scene unit's vehicle exam room.
Okay. Now, did you take photographs of the vehicle during the search?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to approach you with what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 28A through 28J. These photographs have been previously shown to defense. Can you take a look at these images and look up when you're done? Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are the photographs that I took of the vehicle.
All right. So this is a fair and accurate depiction of the vehicle and its contents on the day that you assisted with the execution of the search warrant.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence states 28A through 28J.
No objection. 28A through 28J will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
So we're briefly going to go through these photographs one at a time, and I'm going to publish them by way of a copy on the projector. Alrighty. So can you describe for the jury the condition of the exterior of the vehicle when you examined it?
The exterior of the vehicle was dirty. There was scratches, dents, paint was chipped. There was damage throughout the vehicle.
Alrighty. So we're looking at 28B. Can you tell the jury something about the tires that we're looking at in this image?
The passenger side, both tires are flat.
Now 28C, which angle are we looking at here?
This is the passenger side, more towards the front quarter panel.
And do you see any damage?
Just dirt.
And what side is this?
This is also the passenger side. This is at the front quarter panel. There is damage on the hood and on the front quarter panel.
Publishing 28E. And what part of the
That'll
vehicle
buff
are we
out.
This is the driver's side, front quarter panel.
And describe the damage you see.
There is damage to the actual quarter panel and on the hood.
Now 28F, what are we looking at here?
This is the driver's side interior of the vehicle.
So did you notice dirt and other particles inside the vehicle during the search?
Yes, I did.
Now, in looking from this view of the vehicle, can you explain for the jury, did detectives locate anything towards the passenger side?
Yes, they did.
You can use the pointer.
Can you tell me how it would?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I found it.
Okay.
Sorry. In between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, this is the center console area. In between the passenger seat and the center console at the floorboard was a
Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you it's been pre-marked for identification as States Exhibit 29. Can you take a look at this?
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the wallet that I collected as evidence.
From your search of the vehicle?
Yes.
The state movement to evidence states 29.
Any objection?
No objection.
29 will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
All right, so is this a photograph you took of that same wallet when you were doing your examination?
Yes, it is.
And that's 28G for the record?
That looks
And
fat.
were the contents of the wallet removed?
Oh, it's got coins.
Yes, they were.
Okay, and this is 28H for the record.
Wallets were not designed for coins.
And was anything linking the defendant in this case, Mr. Dima Tower, located on those bank cards?
Yes, the top card, the Capital One debit card, on the back it had Dima Tower on it.
This is 28I for the record. Now, what are we looking at here?
This is the Department of Transportation. It's the state of West Virginia. Information on the Chevrolet Sonic.
Some documents YouTube doesn't like showing.
In the glove compartment.
Thank you. And now 28J.
There's another one.
What are we looking at here?
This is the Florida driver's license of Dima Tower.
And where was this driver's license located?
In the glove compartment.
And again, approaching the witness. Was this driver's license also collected in evidence?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been pre-marked for identification as states 30. Can you take a look at this?
Mm-hmm.
And is this the driver's license that you collected and placed into evidence from the search of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
All right. At this time, the state would move into evidence, State's Exhibit 30.
Any objection?
No objection.
30 will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Alrighty. Now, once the vehicle search was completed, what did you do with the vehicle?
The vehicle remained in the vehicle exam room.
All right. And did you have... One moment to confer, Your Honor.
May.
Prosecution's buffering, asks for support.
No further questions for this witness.
Defense?
Nothing.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
Good. The damage that you located on the hood of the vehicle, do you have any information that it occurred in the middle of this incident?
I do not.
In fact, are you aware that there was somebody following that vehicle from the scene until it hit stop sticks, right? Were you not aware of that?
I was not aware of the incident. The vehicle was brought into the vehicle exam room to be processed.
Okay, so the photographs that you're taking of the damage, the chip paints, things like that is just for record keeping purposes?
Yes, it is.
Okay, there's nothing about that that is linked in your knowledge to this particular case?
No, there is not.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Can you read that?
Came out swinging.
So, Ms. Stender, was your role in this case to be neutral and document anything of evidence that detectives pointed out to you in this case?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness free to step down, counselors?
Yes.
No objection.
You may step down, ma'am.
Thank you.
quick witness.
State next witness.
We're going to do the
We
Emmy.
have a few things to discuss with you before we bring the next witness in, please.
Oh, jury out.
Okay, let's take a short break. Jurors, if you can keep your notepads turned down, writing implements on top. Don't discuss anything related to your jury service during the break. Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting.
Your Honor, our next witness is Detective St. Jean, and the defendant's state infringement for him.
Okay.
We have transcripts of that statement to be passed out to the members of the jury, and there have been redactions.
Okay, so I can read the instruction on transcripts and redactions.
Yes, sir.
Anything else we need to talk about?
Okay, are we good? Okay. No.
All right, Mr. Gilman, anything you needed to add?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Is the detective out in the hallway ready to go? All right. Carl, we have transcripts that I'm going to ask you to pass out. Why don't you pass them out now? No, let's wait. Just we'll have them ready for you, though. Okay. All right, 2.2 is the instruction on an edited recording.
Yes. I don't. If you don't have it extra, that's fine. That's fine.
And 2.6 is the instruction on transcripts. So I'll read both of those. Okay, we both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're ready when they are, Carl. How long is the is this, Ms. Frabling?
Let's see. How long do you remember? I can find out in a minute. Let me just,
Yeah, we can look at it.
I can give you an answer in a minute. I have to look.
About an hour, but.
Let's bring the jurors in, Carl. Yep, we're ready.
No.
It looks like your computer is asking for a dual authentication. Have you done it? Or are you out?
Jury's coming in. We're hoping for good audio. If not, we'll make the best of it.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, jurors. State, please call your next witness.
State Police Detective Eric St. Jean.
So you have to stand right here, you're going to face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Alrighty, this could get incredibly interesting. Transcript generally indicates poor audio. The device she's holding right there is this two-factor authentication the judge mentioned. That's a little fob where she logs into an account and then it challenges her and says there's a code. You push a button on your little keychain, a little 6-digit code appears, and you entered it in, and it does an algorithm to say, yes, you are in fact the person authorized to access it. You can also get it in the form of a authenticator on your phone and an app, like Google Authenticator or something.
Okay.
All right.
When you're ready, you may proceed. Your witness is on the stand.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to the jury first about the transcripts, or should we wait until the time comes?
How about you introduce your witness?
You seek to admit the video.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Eric St. Jean. Last name is spelled S-T space J-E-A-N.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a corporal with the Northport Police Department.
And tell us, what does that mean? What is the role of corporal at the Northport Police?
Corporal is essentially the lowest level of supervision with similar responsibilities to a sergeant.
Okay. How long have you been with the Northport Police Department?
7 years.
Okay. And how long were you a detective before your promotion to corporal?
3 years.
I want to talk to you about your involvement in this double homicide case. Were you assigned as the lead detective?
I was.
Okay. And would you please describe, just generally, your role as lead detective in this case?
As lead detective, my roles are all of interviews, known witnesses, delegate tasks to other detectives, delegate tasks to crime scene, evidence to collect, as well as obtaining search warrants and delegating those responsibilities to other detectives.
Okay. Did you yourself go out to the crime scene?
I did.
When did you do that?
August 31st at 12 o'clock.
Okay. And was there a time when you executed a search warrant at the premises of 1240 Mallicote Road, the crime scene?
There was.
Okay. In addition to going out to the crime scene and serving that warrant, did you make any observations when you first arrived?
Yes.
What
there
did
was,
you...
Sorry, there was a blood trail outside of 1240 that went across the yards from 1240 to 1220 and 1200 Mallicote, as well as along the roadway in front of all three residences.
Right. And where did that blood trail end? If it originated at 1240, the home of the towers, where did it end?
1200.
Okay. And who resided in 1200 Mallicote Road? Do you remember?
Yeah,
or
if I
is
could
there
just
anything that would help you to refresh your recollection?
If I could just refer to my notes or my
Yes.
report.
Yes.
Jonah Walton.
Did you have an opportunity to interview Ms. Walton as part of your investigation?
I did.
Okay. While working the crime scene, did you recall Officer Regakis back to 1240 Mallicote Road after the chase?
I did.
Okay. For what reason?
To review his body-worn camera footage, as well as his dash camera footage, and get his testimony of what he had seen thus far.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do after you spoke to Regakis and viewed his dash camera footage?
Since there was already a preliminary bolo sent out, be on the lookout, Region 6, I updated the bolo to include that the suspect was on foot at this point and no longer connected to the vehicle that we had originally put out in the bolo.
Okay. Were you able to give any kind of identification or description after you reviewed Officer Rigakis' dash cam video?
Yes, a description of the clothing that the suspect was wearing.
And what was that description?
It was a gray tank top with red basketball shorts.
Were you able to give a physical description of the suspect/defendant in this case?
Yes.
And what did you tell Officer Rigakis?
It was a white male, dark blonde or brownish hair, skinny, shorter male, of muscular build.
Okay. All right. So just a few minutes ago, you told us that one of your tasks as the lead detective was to make sure that search warrants were written and then signed by a judge and executed. Did you execute search warrants on some of the phones that were found inside the crime scene?
I did.
Okay. So to include the phone found in the master bedroom,
Yes.
to include the phone found near Jennifer Towers' body,
Yes.
and the phone found in the defendant's bedroom.
Correct.
Was there anything of evidentiary value in any of those phones relating to this crime?
There was
These
not.
crimes. Okay. Did there come a time that you learned that the defendant had been apprehended?
There was.
Okay. When did you receive that information?
If I could look at my notes.
If it would help to refresh your recollection, yes.
Approximately 7:56 a.m. on September 1st.
Okay. And from whom did you receive that information?
Officers from the Venice Police Department over the radio.
Okay. So did there come a time when you encountered the defendant?
There was.
Okay. Tell the jury about your initial encounter with Dima Tower. Where did that take place?
That took place at the Venice Police Department in an interview room, an audio and video recorded interview room. He was transported there after he was picked up by the Venice police officers.
Okay.
I responded to the Venice police station and conducted an interview of him.
All right. Corporal St. Gina, showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 23A through 23F. Will you look at those for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize these photos?
I do.
Were these photos taken at the Venice Police Department shortly before the interview you conducted?
They were taken after the interview.
After the interview you conducted with Dima Tower?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the defendant's appearance after you interviewed him on September 1st of 2023?
They are.
Your Honor, I'm offering States Exhibit 23A through 23F into evidence, please.
Sorry, Mrs. Ari was talking
No
to me.
objection. 23A through 23F.
I had to fix
be
my
admitted.
green
You may
screen.
Publish them at your leisure.
It was had bugs on it, like fake ones, like digital ones.
There's a lazy pointer up here. Let's see. So this is the button right here.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm sorry, Greeners. It won't happen again. She can wait her turn and try to get my attention like the rest of you. She's a mod. She can trigger the buffer sound. All right, here we go. I'm going to work on this audio. If it's bad, give me a minute. Obviously, I have no idea what's coming up.
So,
Wow.
Corporal St. Gene, behind you on the screen, we're going to see some images, and I'd like you to talk about them with the members of the jury. First, we're looking at State's Exhibit 23A. And tell the members of the jury, is this how Dima Tower appeared at the interview after he was apprehended in Venice?
It is.
Let's see.
You
I've
can
seen a
point
little bit
out to the members of the jury on his
of blood on his arms.
left bicep or in the area of his shoulder. Did it appear that he has sustained some injuries?
It does. There's several scratches on his bicep.
Were you able to determine where those scratches came from?
I was not.
And now that we're looking at his right profile, can you also point out on his right shoulder some of the artifacts that we see in the photograph?
Yes, there's several more scratches on the right shoulder here, consistent with the ones on the left shoulder or the left bicep.
That comes from fighting off gators in the swamp.
Now we're looking at State's Exhibit 23D and a closer look at his arm all the way from his shoulder all the way down to his forearm, almost to his wrist. And does he have scratches, bruises, different artifacts on his right arm?
He does. These are the scratches we've seen in the previous photo, and then these are just the scratches on his forearm.
Okay. States 23E. Can you also just point out for the jury?
Scratches and bruises on the inside of the bicep here, as well as on the forearm and the hand, as well as the actual physical fingers and palm.
Okay. Does he also have blood on his hands?
He does.
Wow. Literally and
Were you able
figuratively.
to see that blood with the naked eye?
Yes.
Because he's just covered in
Does he
blood.
also have scratches on his lower legs from his knees down?
Yes, it may be hard to see, but he has scratches on both shins, both his left and right shins.
Okay. Now, you told us earlier that you reviewed Officer Regard's dash cam in order to determine what the defendant looked like. The clothes that we see here at the Venice Police Department, 7:30 he was apprehended, I don't know what time that was. Can you just give us an idea, a ballpark idea, of when you actually conducted the interview?
It would have been, he was apprehended at, I believe, 7:56, I had said. Yes, 7:56 a.m. It would have been maybe an hour after that.
Okay. So are these the same clothes? Do you recognize these as being the same clothes that he was wearing when he drove away from Officer Regardless at midnight, or thereabouts, the earlier, on the day before?
Yes.
Now, you have no way of knowing how he got those scratches, do you?
I do not.
Okay. Was the area where he fled on foot before he was apprehended, was that, can you describe that area for us?
Yes, it's densely wooded. There was canals, bodies of water, very, very heavily palm fronds, like palmetto trees, like obviously anything that could scratch you or hurt you.
But did he also, based upon your investigation, also attack his parents with a knife?
Yes.
And there was a brutal knife fight going on at 1240 Malakoff Road?
Yes.
So let's talk about your time with the defendant at the Venice Police Department. Did you interview the defendant?
I did.
Were you alone or with a fellow detective?
I was with a fellow detective, Detective Chippendale.
All right, thank you. And was the interview audio and video recorded?
He was.
It's a funny name.
Did you or Detective Chippendale have any conversation with the defendant that was not audio and video recorded?
I did not. Neither of us did.
Okay.
Does he have a side gig?
Did you read the
asking for a
defendant
friend.
his Miranda rights before interviewing him?
I did.
How did you do that?
From a photograph on my cell phone, my work department cell phone, of a printed Miranda card that is issued to all the police officers at Northport PD.
Okay. And after being advised of his constitutional rights by you, did the defendant agree to talk to you?
He did.
Did you threaten him in any way in order to get him to talk to you?
I did not.
Did Chippendale?
He did not.
Okay. Did either you or Chippendale make any promises to the defendant in order to get him to talk to you?
We did not.
Okay. How much time did you spend with the defendant?
Approximately 2 hours, if I had to recollect.
Okay. And based upon the time that you spent with the defendant and also the dialogue with the defendant, the conversation that you had with him, did he appear to give his statements to you freely and voluntarily?
He did.
Okay.
I've got It's Raining Men in my head for some reason. I don't know where that came from.
Corporal, I'm showing you what's been marked right in the State's Exhibit 24. Take a look at that for me, please. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
My initials and the date.
Okay. And when did you last review that videotape?
11/8/2025.
Okay, just last week.
Yes.
Okay. Is this video recorded interview with the defendant? Is it a true and accurate rendition of the conversation that you had with the defendant on September 1st, 2023?
It is.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 24 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
24 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure. Are you going to do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, folks, the witness, you may step down if you wish. I think this is about a 58-minute video you're going to watch now.
Better be good.
But before we watch it, there's 2 jury instructions I need to give to you. Why don't you go ahead and pass out the transcript, Carl?
If Detective Chippendale comes waltzing in here, I expect to see him in full uniform. Nothing less. I want, as they say in the full Monty. No, is that not the way to? That's not the
All
right
right,
way
2
to-
jury instructions. If you can listen carefully. Oh, we're still passing them out. Does everybody have one?
You know he gets hassled on the force a lot, I'm sure.
Members of the jury,
Other
you are about
officers.
to listen to a recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that this recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and listen to and consider this evidence. You have just been handed you are about to hear and view a recorded conversation. The recorded conversation is the proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You have also now been furnished with a transcript of that recorded conversation. The recording is the actual evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as an aid, only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcript is not the evidence of what was said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear, not on what you read. All right, State, you may publish it.
Other officers do side gigs where they maybe a bouncer or private security. Mr. Chippendale has his own the whole show that he can do. Sorry, officer. We like to have a little fun. It's not bad. It's not bad.
All right, my name is Detective Chippendale. This is Detective St. Jean. Okay. Are you hurting anyone? It doesn't matter. How come it doesn't matter? I'm concerned about you. How old are you?
About 22.
22? 2 days?
Yep.
Birthday's in 2 days.
Have you, you read and write in the English language, right?
Of course.
Okay. Did you go to school here?
Yeah, I've been in this country for 8 years.
8 years? Okay. Detective St. Jean has he just has to read you something real quick, okay?
Have you ever been read your Miranda rights before?
What?
Have you ever been read your Miranda warning before? Do you know what that is?
What is that?
Your rights. Have you ever been read your rights before?
Do you watch TV?
Not
Alright, have you ever seen cop shows and movies? So, Miranda
That's
warning.
how I know how to get away from you real well.
Yeah. So he just has to read this to you and you can just listen up, okay?
So I'm going to go step by step, and I'll ask you to explain to me what you think that line means, and we'll go back and forth, and I'll answer any questions you have if you don't understand something, okay?
I'll see if I can get
You have the right to
subtitles.
remain silent. Do you understand what that means?
I do.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand what that means?
I do.
You have the right to talk to an attorney and have him or her present with you before and during questioning. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah.
If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you at no cost to you before and during questioning if you wish. Do you understand what that means?
Yep.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand what that means?
Yep.
Do you understand each of these rights that I've explained to you? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. I don't have any questions.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us?
So we'd like you to have your side of the story and see what happened.
It's too complicated.
Well, I mean, we're here to listen. I know it was a rough night last night, but we just want to, somebody has to tell your side of the story. So was it, I'm sure there's several different reasons why this happened.
There is.
So we just want to hear your side. So if you want to talk to us.
Why?
Because, you know what, you're a human being, okay? You deserve to tell your side of the story. So when I go to that house, it's not like you're not that bad. You're not that bad of a kid. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know you. Well, let me get to know you. Do you need anybody to look at those scratches or anything? Okay.
We just met you, man. We don't know your backstory, we don't know your history. We're trying to get to know you and figure out what happened, and then we very much like to hear your side of the story so we can, figure out how we can help you and if there's anything that can explain what happened last night.
Are you hungry?
Will be. Will be.
You will be, you said?
Yeah, because I was in Savannah last night.
Okay. You want a sandwich or something?
That would be nice.
Okay. We'll get you one. So look, I have kids that are around your age also. So I try to treat everybody like I would want somebody to treat my kids. You understand? So whatever happened last night. It's all right to talk about it.
I'm not the one to talk about it.
No.
I'm not the type of young man that will talk about it.
You what? I'm sorry.
I'm not the type of young man that will talk about it.
No. You don't want to give your side of the story.
It was wrong, that's it.
Well, I know it's wrong, but here, take a minute and you want to eat or you want to. It's like a breakfast sandwich. Take a deep breath. It's okay to talk about it.
I promise you it could feel a lot better to talk about it. I know you may not think that right now, but
I'm not like that. If you want to understand anything, you have to understand that. Doesn't make me feel better to talk about it.
well, help us understand.
It doesn't make me feel better to talk about it.
What's going through your mind right now? What's going on with you? Like we just met you, man. I don't know you from Adam. Just we want to hear your story and hear how this came to be, and just to give your side of the story of what happened, basically. Like, no one has talked to you yet.
Yeah, but you're just a bunch of Americans, so you will not understand.
Well, try to help me understand.
Wow.
You're just
I know you're from the Ukraine, right?
You're a bunch of Americans you wouldn't understand.
Yeah.
And I know that, do you have family over there still?
No.
Or was over there?
It was.
And I know the war is real devastating over there. Did you lose family over there? Do you ever talk to them?
No. Why does it matter?
Well, I'm just making conversation, that's it. Just want to see if talking might be able to help you. At least for a little bit.
How is it going to help me?
How? Well, you're not gonna keep it bottled up inside. So it's like shaking up a Coke bottle, and as you let it out.
Huh? What happened last night? Shaking up a Coke bottle you talk about.
And that's what happened. So did you not get along with your parents?
Never.
Well, it does matter. I mean.
Or why does it matter?
It's none of your problems, Me talking about it doesn't make me feel better. I don't know what. If you want to understand anything, why don't you understand it? Not all the people are the same.
No, and I get it. But,
I don't keep it bottled up and stuff.
No. Well, something happened last night. Either you guys argued.
There's a lot of things that happen.
Does it stem from way before last night, or?
Has nothing to do with it. Look, you never came here, right? Should have stayed in Ukraine.
You should have stayed in Ukraine.
Yeah. This country is a shithole.
So what don't you like about this country?
Every American asks me that. Huh? You blind? You're blind?
Well, probably because I was born here, so.
Yeah, well, you've been fooled. You don't know nothing about what's wrong with this country.
Well, why don't you tell me? Because maybe I can open my eyes to how you see.
Huh? Well, it doesn't matter.
Because perspective, man.
Perspective or facts?
Well, your perspective and it could lead to facts.
Yeah, my perspective or the truth that you don't see is the what you see.
Oh, we're not perfect.
It's not the matter.
Yeah. So did you get adopted by your parents here?
Yep.
How old were you?
15, 16.
15 or 16. Did you know your neighbors down the street?
I don't give a shit about neighbors.
You used to go over there and you used to use as tools or something?
Working on your car?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I really care about neighbors, so I'm just using people.
Yeah. Is that what you did last night? You used your parents?
No. So you're making an assumption.
Well, you said you used people.
Yeah, because there's not that good people, many good people around, so I don't care.
Were your parents good? Did they hurt you?
It's complicated, like I said. I don't know why you're asking me that question.
Well, because, you know, we have a job to do, so we're trying to see what your side of the story is. Is it something that set you off, like your parents got in your face? Were you protecting yourself? You know, there's so many different options. Or were you just, you know, okay, so give me the opportunity to talk to you and find out, like, what you feel about everything. I'm a people person. I like to talk to people.
So what happened last night that made you ready? Help me understand what happened.
Rage.
Rage.
What?
There's a rage counter.
Rage has to come from somewhere, so
Yeah.
there has to be some reason. It's a lot of rage to keep bottled up.
Right?
Did your parents push you into the rage?
We weren't really like family anymore.
They weren't family anymore?
Yeah,
Did they change?
We've been through so much shit.
Yeah.
We've been arguing and going back and forth.
About what? What
Family issues.
okay. What do you do for work or hobbies and stuff?
Hobbies.
Like you working right now? Or?
Yeah, not right now.
Right.
What do you like?
Sure. I'm not gonna be doing anything for
What do you like to do?
everything.
So you are feeling, I mean, you are getting upset about what happened last night. So that means that you have.
I mean, it's the questions that you ask me.
Well, why don't you ask us the questions?
It's like what I want to do, or what I like to do, or where I work.
Well,
We're not robots, man.
Want to get to know you.
That's not what I meant. You totally misunderstood what I meant.
What did you mean? I don't want to misunderstand what you.
I guess I don't know what to say.
Take your time. We're in no rush. That could have a lot to do with it.
Well, I don't want to lie, so.
Well, I'm glad that you're not going to lie. If you want to eat, you can take a break. You want to eat?
I don't care to eat.
Okay. We can get you more water if you need.
Look, what do you want to understand?
I want to understand you. I want to hear what you were feeling. So, last night, what led up to last night?
Dealing with a lot. It's probably too much to explain this.
I promise you, I got nothing but time.
You'll write me too.
And I'm willing to hear, you talk about it. I want to hear what you're going through. I want to hear what led up to last night. Why it led up to last night. What's going through your head. Why are you feeling the way you're feeling? Things that have happened to you that made you feel that way.
I mean, look, you asked me what caused it last night.
Mm-hmm.
It was just maybe it was kind of, well, it's kind of, it's hard to explain because you sit there and you think you understand me, but I don't think you do.
Well,
And I'm not saying this because I want you to understand me. I'm saying this because most people I talk to, they don't understand shit.
well, why don't you try us out? Because we've heard a lot of stories, especially in our career.
We talk to a lot of people who
So-
are not your average,
Sometimes
Why are we on camera?
well, everything, it's for your safety and our safety, so. And it has to be, because we're in Venice Police Department's area, so it's however they want to do
What I want to know is how did you find me?
it. I think they just came up upon you, so I think it was just out of luck.
You think?
Yeah, I think that.
Are you not fine right now?
No, not mine. I think that Venice Police Department was just checking the store, and they saw you, and that's it. But you evaded us for many hours, so you're pretty good at what you were doing. So either you studied how to avoid cops, or
I don't study that.
No.
Instincts.
just instincts. Did you have shoes or no?
Yeah, they took my shoes off.
Okay.
No, it was a big threat.
Well, it's probably their protocol. Did they have shoelaces?
Yeah. Shoelaces.
So it's probably just their protocol. So you didn't get hurt or anything like that. I know you have a lot of scratches and stuff like that. It's probably running through the woods, right?
Yeah, it's running through a few canals too.
Yeah. Are you wet?
The socks are wet.
You can take them off if you want, but I don't know what. So look, there's no easy way around this, Dima. Okay. It's either your side of the story or we just go with what the scene says. But I think that there's a lot more to it.
There is.
So why don't you just try to see if we can understand what.
But what does it get us?
I don't know what it's going to get us. Maybe us trying to say, well, we could see that happening the way it did.
To give an explanation of what happened last night, because right now we don't have it. We just have what we can see and what's there.
It's not that bad, It has a lot to do with everything. It has a lot to do with everything that I've been through. The anger that's inside.
Yeah.
All the shit that I've seen.
What kind of shit have you seen?
I don't know, it might not make sense. What? So you see this scene from what happened, and why do you have to come in here and ask me about it? If you, where does it get us if you don't ask me, or what's the point of this?
You have to understand that, we're here to do a job. I'm trying to treat you just like I would treat anybody else.
So, we have this supposed conversation. It's just to get the other side of stories. It's just about it.
You talking about the conversation we're having right now?
Yeah.
We don't have their side of the story. But we'd like to get yours.
And the other thing is, do you call them mom and dad, or do you call them something else?
Used to.
Used to? So, you want to walk us through, or the other thing is, I'm worried about where did you put the knife? Because I don't want any kids or anything coming across it. Did you use a knife, or was it something else?
It was a knife.
It was a knife. Do you know what kind of knife it was?
Yeah, the kitchen knife.
The kitchen knife? The silver handled one?
Yeah, I dropped the first one and then I went to grab the second
Did you use the big knife or the steak knives?
steak knife.
The steak knife? So do you know where you dropped it or?
No.
Do you know if you took it with you or?
No, I didn't take it with me.
Do you know if you threw it in the woods or is it in the house?
You asked me, it's like, it sounds dumb, but you asked me, do I know if I threw it in the woods? I didn't take it with me. It was happening and I dropped it. And after I had it, and I went and grabbed another one. It was hard to understand.
Did it break off?
Break what off?
The knife.
What made you use the second one? Is what he's trying to get at.
That's why I started.
So,
Where did it start? The bedroom? The living room?
Yep.
was your dad sleeping?
Yep.
Did you guys have a fight prior to this?
No.
It just raged?
It's a lot of things.
What did you think about last night?
It's like thinking, oh, like I don't like the situation. I don't like the people I'm with, so I'm just gonna kill them.
So you said that if you don't like the people that you're with, you want to kill them?
Not anybody. I mean, has a lot to do with like the way I am and the way I see things, and personal reasons, but like observations and like you said, you want to try to understand. It's like it's hard to explain.
So have you had these thoughts for most of your life?
No.
No.
Just came up because of all the anger and all the. Yeah,
So,
I want to go back to Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's the reason. It's the reason that.
Did you ask them? Did you say that to your parents that you were going to go back to Ukraine? And did they put up a fight with you or something?
No, it's not that.
No.
No, personally, I want to go back to Ukraine because I'm sick and tired of living in this country. Put it on purpose.
Yeah, I hear you.
So what made you go in there and have an altercation with your dad?
It was not an altercation.
What happened when you went to the bedroom? Your dad was sleeping. What happened?
Just stabbing.
What was he doing?
What do you mean?
Was he yelling or did he wake up after you stabbed him?
You're asking kind of weird questions.
Well, I mean, did he start fighting you? Because we know that he got out of bed somehow.
Yeah, you want me to stop?
Yeah. Do you know where you stabbed him first?
I was dark.
Where was your mom at?
Right there.
She was next to him? Did she wake up?
Yep.
So, you do know that, like, we're trying to piece this together, okay? So, your dad starts getting up out of bed.
No, he wasn't. He was sleeping.
Okay. And you stabbed him.
Yep.
Do you remember how many times?
Countless.
I'm sorry?
Countless.
Countless times? Did he ever get out of bed?
Yeah.
And then what? Did you push him against the wall? Or did he fall?
Just bleeding out. Going around the house. Trying to fight me back.
Okay. Did you stab him out in the living room or leaving out of the bedroom?
Yep.
Where was your mom at?
Going around the neighborhood asking for help.
Was she on the phone?
Possibly. Some called the police.
Did she hit you or anything or try to fight you off or?
She's a woman. What do you think she's gonna do?
Well, I can tell you that if probably most women will either run or they're going to fight back.
I tried to fight back, but there's not much you can do.
All right. So,
Did she try to fight you back?
and then did you stab her?
You already know I stabbed both of them. You're asking me questions that are obvious. Questions that you already know.
I don't know for sure what happened there.
Well, you know that I stabbed both of them. You're asking me did I stab her? You know I did.
I mean, a lot of things could have happened there. I don't know.
What happened when she ran out? Did she go out the front door?
Yep.
Did you close the door behind her, or did you?
I told her to get back inside.
And she kept going?
No, she went back inside.
At one point, did she go to the neighbors?
Yeah, that's when she went out. Sound cold?
Where was your dad at that point?
Dead.
Where at?
On the living room floor.
Did he fall into the couch a couple times or no?
Possibly. Yeah, I think he did. Can't remember.
Did he say
I
anything?
mean, this question's kind of like what you're trying to get my side of the story, but you basically get an idea of what this is.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to get my side of the story, but I just brutally stabbed one of the parents. What is there to get?
When your mom came back in the house, what happened?
Well, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I know. But we know that you stabbed your dad to death. But your mom did leave to go to the neighbors. Did you go back out there to get her? Or
yes.
So did you run across the grass or?
Yes.
And you yelled at her?
No, I said, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where was she at that point? Do you remember?
Neighbor's house.
In the driveway, front door, or what? Driveway.
So she comes back. Did she listen to you? She comes back. Do you guys talk at all?
Yeah, I tried to talk to her.
How did that conversation go?
It was a monologue.
So did you stab her already at that time? At that point?
After I finished saying what I had to say.
What's that?
After I finished saying what I had to say.
After you said what you had to say to her, then you stabbed her?
Yes.
Where?
A lot of places, like you. Don't you already notice?
Did you cut her throat?
No, just stabbed her.
You stabbed her in the throat? And she laid right there?
No, she terrified me back.
Where was she where was your mom when you stabbed her? Were you guys in the house at that point? Did you start outside?
In the house.
All the times that you stabbed your mom was inside the house?
Yep.
Okay. Where at? In the living room, the bedroom, the kitchen?
Yeah.
Was she sitting on the couch or no?
Yep.
Which couch, the small one or the big one?
Small one.
Were you sitting there with her?
I was standing up.
And you were talking to her?
Yeah.
What was she saying back?
Pretty much nothing.
She wasn't crying, pleading for her life or anything?
She was.
She was. So you stabbed her in the throat? Was that the last time you stabbed her? Or you kept stabbing her?
Kept stabbing
At what point did you go get the other knife?
her. When I lost the first one.
Was that on your father?
Yep.
So it's just the steak knives?
Yep.
Where was the dog at?
In the bedroom.
In the master bedroom?
Yeah. I wouldn't kill a dog. There's no reason to kill a dog.
Yeah. What's the dog's name?
Sparkle.
Sparkle. Okay.
What was the reason to kill your parents?
There's many reasons.
Give us one reason.
He says there are too many reasons.
I don't like him.
What did they do to make you not like them? I don't know. I'm asking. I don't live your life. I don't live with you guys.
I mean, yeah. Everyone's going to tell you that. Well, yeah, in America, yeah, you get whatever you want. Life's easy, but I don't see like that. It's like,
How do you see it? Help me understand.
well, I'm basically nobody coming from nowhere.
And that one of your parents adopted you?
No, that wasn't my biological mother. It was my kind of guy. Just
Okay.
What I'm basically saying is the way I see things is not laying that way. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you that I try to control my parents. That's not what it is. I'm not that fucked up in the head, But it's just my adopted parents really never taught me anything to,
They never taught you anything, you said?
Yeah, it's like I feel like I'm like a self-learner, like basically tell myself like what to do, what not to do. And when I first came to this country, I was like, I didn't like the way I was treated. And I misbehave a lot, but it has nothing to do. After I got older, it's like I said, it's stupid.
Do they know?
The reason it's stupid. The reason that I killed him is stupid.
Yeah. So did they adopt you from Ukraine?
Foster care.
Foster care. So you came over here and was put in foster care?
No, I was foster care because my real mother died, and my family picked me up, and then the truth is they didn't want to put up with me for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Your real family just want to put you in foster care for everybody.
Did your adopted family love you? Like, did it seem like it? Or?
Yeah, they love me, but at the same time,
At the same time,
it was not always about loving families, like controlling them.
Them controlling you, or
Sometimes.
how so? Like physically, or
No,
mentally, or
like
telling you what you can and can't do, or
like who's the household of the house? Who's the household in the house?
I mean,
A man that.
yeah,
Right?
it's different from whoever you ask.
It's different where we ask because this country's so fucked up, but the answer is man. And my adopted mom was, sometimes act like she's the household.
Mm-hmm.
The house, the
Head of the household.
Head of the household.
Yeah.
He was mad at his mom.
I mean, sometimes women, they feel like.
Yeah, I know.
He's mad
So
because his mom acted like
did
the head
dad
of the
set you
household.
off?
No, it was just like I was just telling you, just many reasons.
Yeah, it just.
That's just one of the reasons.
Something had to set you over the edge, man, about last night with your dad, like for you to go in there, your adopted dad, to go in there and do what you did. Like, what?
It's a lot of
what was
shit.
that? What?
It's some things don't relate to it.
Like what?
Like just being tired of, like I just said, being sick and tired of putting up to bullshit that this country is about.
Well, when you made you take that out on your parents, so why did it lead to that? What happened?
Because they're part of it.
Did you work yesterday?
Yep. A fucking 12-hour shift.
18's plastic.
Yep.
So when you came home,
Great person.
when you
Right.
came home, were you How are you feeling? Tired?
Yeah. Real tired.
And you didn't want to be messed with?
I see what you're trying to say. It's not that.
No.
You weren't pissed off then at anything?
No, I was not pissed off at anything.
And you didn't, did you do any drink any alcohol or do
Yeah, I
any
did.
drugs?
I drank some alcohol.
What'd you have?
Whiskey.
Whiskey. Do you drink whiskey straight or?
Straight.
You put it in a glass with ice or?
No,
just straight?
Cigarette.
Straight out of the
And how much do you usually drink? Or how much did you drink last
I can
night?
drink a lot or I can drink a little. Yesterday was not. So I didn't drink a lot yesterday.
No.
But it has nothing to do with what happened.
Okay, so.
You might think it does because what? Alcohol doesn't affect on your mind, but I've been mad for a long time now. There's nothing to do.
Okay, so I was just trying to get at, were you drunk and they pissed you off and you just lost your cool? Or you weren't drunk and you just lost your cool?
Like I said,
the alcohol didn't affect you.
It's like, I lost my cool many times, but not to this point.
Where were you when you lost your cool?
Sit in my car drinking. It's not, alcohol, alcohol just brings out the true me, it's not like, my anger, I try to control my anger when I'm not drinking, but, alcohol, it doesn't, it just makes me, basically makes me how I really feel. Because I've been angry for a long time, but alcohol just, or cigarettes, I smoke cigarettes and I'm sitting in, I'm so pissed off about everything.
So you're sitting in your car outside. Help me paint a picture. You're sitting in your car outside. You're pissed off. You're steaming off something. Is that when you decide to get out of your car and go inside?
Yeah.
And you go inside and do you go straight to the kitchen?
Do you know
what happens when you go inside?
Where
do you go?
Why do you ask me that? What is it?
Well, I'm trying to understand the process of what happened. You
go to my bedroom, man.
You went in your bedroom. And then what happened?
Well, I know what I'm trying to do, so I get over it.
So were you having those thoughts when you were in the bedroom and that?
Yep.
Did they start while you were in the car?
Yep.
So you start having the thoughts in the car, you go into the house, you go into your bedroom, and you continue to have the thoughts, and what happens at that point?
Well, you know what?
Yeah, but did something trigger it, or did you just say, I'm doing it?
I just I'm doing it.
So you go over to the kitchen and you get the knife out of the butcher block?
Yeah.
And then you went right straight to your dad?
Mm-hmm.
Did you pick your dad because you knew that you have to disable him first?
Yeah.
And was mom sleeping in bed next to dad?
Yeah. Sounds crazy, doesn't it?
Well, it's your story, so.
No, it's a crazy story. Like I just said, it's stupid. Reason for why I did this is stupid.
Was your dad able to get back at you in any way? Or was he able to manhandle you at all, or no?
Try to. No, I'm struggling.
So he gets up out of bed and you guys have like a fist fight, or like he's trying to grab onto you, or like how does that all happen?
There's blood over him, he can't hold on.
He started trying to grab you?
Yeah, his blood is, can't hold on to him.
And how did it go? How did it lead to the living room?
Trying to get away from me, I guess.
Okay. You followed him into the living room?
Yep. I know I really had and you come here and you have to put up with somebody else. Because I don't know these people, you know, they're strangers, they say they wanna bring you into your family, but where I come from, it's not that easy to just become a family.
When did you get adopted? How old were you?
2016.
16?
Well, 2016.
Oh, okay. Did you go to Northport High?
Yeah, I dropped out.
Oh, you dropped out. What grade did you drop out in? 10? Did you get in trouble there or anything?
No, the shit that they try to teach you in high school is just unacceptable, so I dropped out. Like, you said you open your eyes over what? Do you know what the stuff they teach in high school?
Yeah, I do. And it's pretty atrocious. But
well, I saw that when I first went to high school, and I don't do it.
yeah. Now, did you know English before you came to this country, or
No?
No.
I did not, because I didn't like learning English.
Yeah.
We had English classes that I could learn, but I didn't want.
So when did you start talking fluent English?
I started talking with Americans and I got fluent.
Yeah, and you can still talk. Is it Ukraine or is it
Ukraine? Yeah, I can try. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Russian. I've been speaking Russian too.
Okay. You speak any other languages?
No.
No. So did you try cleaning up?
No.
Clean
up the knife and put it back.
You cleaned up the knife and put it back. So there was 2 knives in there? Or was the whole...
2 steak knives, 2 dressing wash.
Okay.
Did you wash both knives and put them back?
I wasn't trying to find the other one. I should.
The first one?
Well, the thought was going through my head is I should have left earlier, so, because I know the area, and I could have got away from police. I could have got away from police chasing me, because I knew the area, and when I was driving on the highway, I knew what I should have done, but I still got away from it.
So you did see the police there?
Yeah, they pulled up from all this, from everywhere.
Did you hear what the police officer said to you?
I don't give a shit.
No, but I meant,
I didn't, I heard
Did you say
something.
something?
I heard something.
Okay.
So the knife that you cleaned off and put back in the butcher's block, do you think that was the first one or the second one?
Like the way you asked me that question, so I think that was the first one. Well, maybe, yeah, I guess I get it the way you asked me that, but at the same time, it's like, I know it was the second one.
Okay.
So I couldn't find the first one.
Mm-hmm. Did you get cut? In your hands?
Because trying to stab somebody with a steak knife the way I was doing is, you yourself too.
Is it bad because of your hands?
It's not that bad.
Did you get it in there?
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
How are you stabbing them? Was the fist going
Different
top
ways.
to bottom? Do you mind showing me?
I mean, it was like, sometimes I would barely hold a knife and still stab them, you know. It's whatever.
Did you get a lot of blood on you?
Yep.
Did you try to rinse it off or?
See it right now. Well, I rinsed most of it off. Like I said, I was trying to, because I know how fast police respond, so I was trying to get away as fast as I can, but it wasn't like, no, I could have actually drove on a highway without police chasing me.
Mm-hmm.
But washed myself off. No, I had to swim in a few canals. That's how I got everything washed off.
Okay.
Get away. Because I was watching helicopters in Scotland. And that's the hardest thing to get away from.
Did you expect
It's dangerous.
to get cop outside?
I don't give a shit. I just get on my car and leave.
No, I know that. I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did it because I know that someone called. Someone had to call.
You rinsed off in canals at night in Florida?
It is messed up, though. You know it, and I know
What you did?
it. Yeah.
So where were you gonna go to? Like,
I was gonna try and go to like Orlando port and try to find find some kind of ship and get on and leave.
Mm-hmm.
Like sneak into the ship because I just want to get to the party.
So are we gonna try to go back to the Ukraine or?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to do. You know, we had a lot of family issues and I really wanted to.
God.
I really want us to be family again because we were not really like one.
Yeah. Did you guys get, like at first, you were
got along
alright,
first.
and then
Yeah, it was alright first.
what happened that you guys kind of separated a little bit, or went through some issues?
It's just the past.
Your past, their past?
No, our past. It's just, like I said, it's too complicated to explain. I don't even feel right to explain. But it's the past that triggers me.
Did they ever hurt you?
No.
Okay. I was just concerned about that because, you know, sometimes people will adopt or foster and then they'll
abuse.
Yeah.
So, obviously, we know your side of the story and what happened, but I'd really like to know if you would tell me some of the things that specifically made you feel that way, like what led up to that. You know, I know you said a couple of things, you know, your past, when you were younger, just your childhood and stuff like that, but what are the other things specifically with your parents that that caused you to explode?
I honestly don't know how to explain that. You know, try to think about it. It's not.
Are you willing to try?
I'm trying right now.
Okay.
I don't know. It's,
I know it's eating at you, man. But I can tell some stuff happened. You know, there's something that's making you feel that way.
yeah, it's like I was telling you, it's other stuff that's not related to yesterday's situation that made me do it.
Yeah, I know you told me that, and I remember that. I'm curious as to what, you know, I want to know what the hell was eating you up that bad. What happened between you guys? Like,
Doesn't
how
have
bad
to
was your
matter.
relationship? Like, what?
I'm talking about the past. No, we just had a bunch of arguments.
Recently? How
Get
recently?
kicked out, you know, my dad's actually going to call police on me. I said he was going to try to call police if I don't leave. Like I said, the part that I'm not telling you is, you know, I'm not a good kid. I was telling you I was not raised right. And I've been misbehaving and not listening and not doing what I'm told. And now we had all these family issues. But it was half me and half him.
That makes sense, man. I know nothing's one-sided, you know. There's two sides to a story, you know.
Yeah, because I know that I heard, like, I was mad at, they were mad at me too, and I was mad at them. You know, I was like, my mom, cares about me more than my dad does, and then he says that I don't do marriage, because apparently not.
He said that you ruined their marriage?
Yeah, because, you know, your mom loves you more than your dad, and then she tries to spend more time with you when your dad is not, and it looks like I don't know.
Do you think that's what happened?
No.
Were they going through rough times too?
They weren't rough times because they had rough times since the first game.
So did they argue a lot?
Because of me, yeah, it was all
Oh, just about you?
Yeah, because, no.
Who would stand up for you?
Parents, mom would.
Mom would?
Parenting issues.
Yeah.
I had parenting issues too. didn't give it to you. We had conversations.
Were they from Florida?
No,
Where are they from?
mom's from my dad's from Massachusetts.
Did they get married or meet down here? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long were they married? Do you know? 20-something years.
Probably.
And were they real estate agents or?
Yeah, when I first came here, doing the house.
Mom and dad?
Yeah, that was one of the first things I had to do when I came here, go doing on houses, run places and selling houses.
Mm-hmm.
What does mom do now?
What?
What does mom do now? Like, what does she do for work now?
What she did for work?
Yeah.
I don't know, like help advertise properties, I think. Put them out there so people.
So your mom and dad were both doing real estate still?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Did they scratch you in the fight when you were stabbing?
Maybe, but it doesn't matter, like.
Are these all from?
These are all from running away from police because I had to crawl to an impossible bushes. But, yeah, I just told me, my mom did like, basically, advertising properties for whoever, so they could see it.
Do you remember what your mom said at all last night when you guys were talking after you killed your dad?
She didn't say much.
What did she say? Do you remember?
Like I said, she didn't say much.
Did she say she loved you?
No. She didn't say that.
No.
Right.
Did she ask you to stop?
When?
At any point. When you guys were talking, yeah, I believe you said she was sitting on the couch.
Yeah, she
You were
asked me to
sitting there
stop.
talking to her. What did she say to you then?
She said I'm bleeding cold ambulance.
What did you tell her?
I just ignored her. Like, why would I do that?
Did you stab her again after that?
Yep.
Do you remember her?
No, it's just all over the place.
You weren't going to call for an ambulance?
Why would I?
I don't know. Just want to ask.
No, I wouldn't.
So I think what Detective St. Jean's trying to get at was, we know that you were having problems with your dad. Your mom stuck up for you whenever the arguments were going. So we
have great family issues.
Yeah, but
sometimes.
So did you have like a feeling of remorse after you stabbed your mom and she's asking for an ambulance?
No,
You didn't feel anything? Did you want to make sure that she was dead before you left, so you were hoping to get away with it?
No, it's not the case.
How did you end up on the couch to?
Hold on the floor. I mean, you're asking very disturbing questions.
Disturbing questions?
Yes, disturbing.
Is this starting to get to you now?
Well, it's not like it's scary to me. It's just if you listen to the stuff that you're asking, why would you be asking that?
Again, we have a job to do, and we have to make sure that everything matches up to the scene and what your side of the story is. Obviously, you raged out last night, and this was boiling from probably the last month that you were here, right? Were you here in a month? Yeah. So last night, you're sitting in your car, you started drinking a little bit, and you just came up with this, that you were going to do something now.
I came out before that.
After work?
No, it was good. Days before that.
So what?
I had those days before that.
Days, months, or what?
No, Christian.
Okay. Is it because of all the fighting? And they didn't want you back in the house?
No, it's a lot of things.
Again, like everything, like a combination of everything.
Yes.
And you've been thinking about killing both of your parents for how long?
I'm not sure. It's not. I don't.
Like a day?
I don't plan on it. Sit there and think about it all day long. It just comes up in my head and I go do it.
Was last night the first time that you actually thought about killing your parents?
No.
So you thought about it previous, but you didn't act on it, obviously. What made you come to that point last night that you were like, I'm done, this is over?
Because I don't really like to miss people. I don't really want to have to miss my parents, honestly. Because of,
Did you miss your parents? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, I try to get back with them and have, us be a family again, but it didn't seem like it was,
Did you think you were back in a corner or something?
No.
Just it made you upset or what?
Yeah, it made me upset. Nothing's, feels like nothing's going right for me.
Yeah.
Which it is, but at the same time it's not.
There was a stab wound, I think, in your dad's leg. Did you?
Maybe accidental, I don't know.
Okay. But everything else was you meant to do.
How did your mom make it to? I know I've already asked you this, but we didn't really kind of elaborate on it. How did your mom make it from the couch to where she's laying on the floor?
She fell down.
She stood up and.
Yeah.
Did she crawl at all? Did she really try to get away from you, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was she trying to crawl to your dad?
Possibly.
She had a towel there. Where did that towel come from?
That's how that was. She was putting stuff on.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, that towel on the floor, that's where it goes.
Oh, for the dog.
Okay. So the towel that was on the sink?
That was the towel that was used.
Where'd you get that towel from? Your bathroom?
Yeah.
Is that what the drops of blood on your bathroom floor was?
Blood above me, yeah.
Yeah. Did you go anywhere else besides your bathroom and the master bedroom and the living room?
Did you go into my bedroom? Make sure I grabbed it.
You went to your bedroom?
Yeah.
What'd you grab? Like a
laptop, phone, money, and my drinks. If I want to have some in a lot.
Mm-hmm. Where's all that stuff now?
It's in the car.
It's in the car. So you didn't get a chance to grab any of that stuff?
No, I just cut out the car and set it on.
All right, Deputy, if you can collect the transcripts back from our jurors. Turn the lights on.
The investigators never clicked with him. They got him talking, but they never clicked. And that was apparent from the body language throughout that. But, oh my goodness. How disturbing to peek into his mind a little bit. Harbored a lot of hate for Americans that just get, life is easy. Probably the contrast of what he knew was going on in Ukraine and how
the photographs, you
life
told us the
happened here.
photographs of the defendant were taken after the interview. Were there other things that were done with the defendant in that interview room, in addition to photographs?
Yes, his buccal swab was taken, and I believe swabs of his fingernails.
Okay. Were you present when the defendant's buccal swabs were taken?
I was.
Can you tell the members of the jury what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is essentially cotton toothpick, if you will, goes in your mouth and just rubs the side of your cheek to get DNA and skin cells.
Okay. And
Where are we with this witness? We're 5 o'clock right now.
2 minutes.
Oh, you're almost complete? Okay.
Yes.
Are you okay, jurors, working past 5 to maybe finish with this witness? I see everybody shaking their head yes. Would you like a short break before we? No, we're okay. All right, please.
Judge, like, keep going. Enough of the breaks, Judge.
Corporal, I'm now showing you what has been marked for identification and State's Exhibit number 25. Without
Pickle
opening
swabs.
this, are you able to identify the markings from the Venice Police Department? Is that Venice Police Department? Northport Police Department, I beg your pardon. And Florida Department of Law Enforcement that ultimately received these buccal swabs from the defendant?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's number 25 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. 25 will be admitted.
Thank you.
The judge is the honorary president of the Small Bladder Society and believes breaks should be taken much more frequently than they are.
Were the defendant's clothes collected
They
after
were.
his interview?
Yes, they were.
Okay. I'm now showing you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 26 and also State's Exhibit number 27. Can you look at those two items, please? Do you recognize these items?
I do.
Are these items in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected from Dima Tower after his interview on September 1st of 2023?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'm offering into evidence State's Exhibit 26 and 27, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 and 27 will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Thank you. May I have the bailiff just present these to the members of the jury?
You may.
Thank you.
Bailiffs. Great. Just hold it up. Yeah. I don't believe in breaks. Breaks are for the weak. No, I'm just kidding. I've told this story occasionally. There's the clothing he was wearing when he was arrested and interviewed. I don't know why they parade the evidence around other than they want the impact on the jury. The jury will get all of it sent back to them. They can pick it up and do everything short of trying it on in the deliberation room. So
Thank you very much. Yes. Detective, those markings that we see on the shirt and possibly on the shorts, are they made by crime scene technicians to denote areas of interest on the items of evidence?
They are.
Okay. The person who admitted to planning on stabbing his parents, Jennifer and Robbie Tower, stabbing them to death, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting right there in a blue long sleeve dress shirt, button-up dress shirt.
Without a jacket? Because
Correct.
there are two people wearing blue shirts.
Correct.
Without the jacket.
the attorney's like, why did I wear the same
Your Honor,
outfit
may
as
the
my
record
client?
please reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
Record shows so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective St. Jean, or Corporal St. Jean, I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Thanks.
tomorrow.
Afternoon, Corporal. How are you?
Good.
Wonderful.
Is he going to come out swinging?
You say you spent a total of about 2 hours with Mr. Tower, correct? With Dima Tower?
Yeah, from my recollection, yes.
Okay. And a majority of that we just saw, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did you go into any background and do anything about his educational background?
It was briefly touched on it about what we saw in the video.
Asking him about it, but did you talk to anybody like from the Sarasota County Schools?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody at Northport High School after the interview to get any information about him?
I did not.
At this point, when you're doing the interview, Mr. Tower is already under arrest, correct?
Correct.
And he's been charged at that point with homicide, correct?
He hasn't been physically charged yet at that point.
But he was under arrest for the homicide.
Correct.
Okay. And when you say that you wanted to get his side of the story, there's literally nothing that he's going to say in that room that's going to cause you to release him, correct?
Correct.
No matter what, he was going to be booked in for the homicide, right?
Correct.
Okay. If he would have said, they came at me and I had no choice but to defend myself. If he would have said that,
I'm counting it.
That wouldn't have mattered. You still would have booked him, correct?
At that point in time, with the information we had, yes.
Okay. And you admitted several times you don't know his backstory, right?
Backstory is in.
I mean, we said you or Detective Chippendale said multiple times we don't know your backstory, we don't know your history, right?
We need a sound effect for Chippendale.
At any point in time during that interview, did Mr. Tower look you in the eye?
He may have, but for the most part, he was looking down.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect from the state?
Need some Barry White. If Chippendale comes on the stand.
Typically have defendants look you in the eye when they're admitting to stabbing their parents?
It's case by case. It just depends on the person.
Okay.
What their reaction is to something traumatic.
So is it relevant in any way whether the defendant looked you in the eye?
No.
Is it relevant in any way what the defendant's
Objection argumentative.
I'm going to allow it. I know it's a legal term relevant, but I'm going to allow it for the opinion of the detective.
Was it important to your investigation to learn the defendant's backstory? Or were you there to find out who murdered Robbie and Jennifer Tower?
My role was to figure out who murdered Robbie and Jennifer Tower.
Okay. And did you, despite the fact that your role was to find out who brutally butchered those people,
Sustained.
did you encourage the defendant over and over and over again to tell you his backstory?
Did I encourage him over to
Did
ask
you
him for his backstory?
listen? Did you encourage him repeatedly, over and over, to tell you his backstory?
Yes, we wanted to find out more about him and his background.
And despite 2 hours of you and Chippendale asking him about his backstory, did he give you his backstory?
Not much.
Could you have given him any more opportunity in that room to tell you his backstory than you already did?
In my opinion, no.
Okay. When you talked to Mr. Tower, did he admit over and over again to stabbing his parents?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
Did he admit over and over again, through 2 hours of questioning, that he killed his parents and thought about it before he did it?
He did.
Thank you. Nothing further.
The witness free to step down.
No objection, Judge.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to adjourn for the day. Jurors, it's 5:06. Let's start up at 9 o'clock. Does that work for everybody? I forget it.
Before we do that, we have to talk to you about witnesses.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't you folks take a quick restroom break? I'm going to find out what's happening with the case, and I'll let you know what time we'll start in just a moment, okay? All jurors, please stand. Leave notepads face down, turned over. It'll be a very short break, okay?
Jurors, if you can leave for a minute, I'm going to just try to find out what's happening with the case, and when I do, I'll tell you. That's funny. I like the way the judge talks to the jury. It's very straightforward. It's like, you guys, I'm on your side. Let me figure this out. As soon as I can make it heads or tails of it, you'll be the first to know. All right, I'm looking for. I'm in the YouTube studio, Creator Music, looking for good and free. I might add, looking for good free entry music for Chippendale, so that when he's called, we can play his music as he walks to the stand.
We're moving much more rapidly than I expected. Tomorrow, we only have
arrest.
2 witnesses. One is Charlene Webster from Florida Department of Law
Please call
Enforcement,
Chippendale.
and the other is Dr. Vega.
Never mind.
Dr. Vega
Don't
is
need
not
music.
available until 1 o'clock. Ms. Webster can't be here till 11. So my suggestion is,
Wow. Verdict
if
tomorrow
the court
night?
agrees that we should do charge conference
Yes.
in the morning and then get into our last 2 witnesses. And after Dr. Vega testifies, actually, we could have him here at 1 o'clock. After Dr. Vega testifies for about an hour, the state will rest its case.
It's going
Sir,
fast.
Gilman, any defense witnesses, sir, other than perhaps your client?
If Mr. Tower decides that he would like to testify, that would be the only one.
I don't think he will.
So if you could speak to Mr. Tower this evening before you leave, the state is going to
We're buffering, sorry.
rest after Dr. Vega in the mid-afternoon.
It's
so
the
if
solar
Mr.
storm.
Tower is going to testify. We'll do that immediately thereafter, tomorrow afternoon. State have all rebuttal. We'll start with, I'll tell the jurors to come back at 11. We'll start at 9 o'clock and discuss jury instructions, okay?
That's fine, and just for as far as the rest of the scheduling goes, it would make sense at that point to finish all the testimony and then come back Friday morning and just do jury instructions, closings, verdict on Friday.
I don't disagree. State?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
So,
wow.
We'll start, the jurors will come in soon after 11. We'll take the test. The state's going to call Charlene Webster. We'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock with Dr. Vega. State's going to rest. We'll hear motions. If Mr. Tower is going to testify, it'll be soon
The solar
thereafter.
storm.
Let's call it 3 o'clock-ish. If not, if he does, then we'll take any rebuttal witnesses from the state, and then we'll adjourn for the day. And we'll come back, either way, we'll adjourn for the day. We'll come back Friday morning with me reading jury instructions and your closing arguments, and we'll send them out to deliberate. Does that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow. We'll take our initial look at jury instructions, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow.
I sent them to Ms. Peters.
Okay. All right, let me bring the jurors in and give them the schedule.
You will bring the jury. So I know our counter is low. It's only at 32. They're literally discussing whether or not he's going to testify right now. It sounds like he may testify. Give me an idea, or I'll give you an idea, or about I'm going to ask some things. They shouldn't be talking in open court like this. Cameraman has decided that the lawyer should be shorter than he is right now and chopped off the top of his head. There we go. A little headroom helps. That's a director would say headroom, and that you'd immediately know that you got it. Some of you are still singing It's Raining Men. Virginia Little, I see that. What could he say? I don't know. It's maybe he's got something to say, and it could be explosive.
Folks, you don't even have to sit down, but come on in.
Sure. Don't get too comfy, jury. You're about to go home.
You can sit down if you want, yeah.
Why not?
All right, we have all our jurors back in. Folks, we can't start the trial until 11 tomorrow. That's when the next witness is available. We're going to finish all evidence and witnesses tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to finish the evidence.
The cameraman sat down a long time ago.
And then on Friday morning, we'll start at 9 o'clock. I'll read the jury instructions to you. They'll make their closing arguments. We'll send you into deliberations before lunch. We'll order lunch for you so you can have lunch during your deliberations, and then we'll await your verdict on Friday, okay? So it will not be a long day tomorrow. We'll start early and probably adjourn early, okay? Again, I know there's a lot of media coverage. There's a lot of articles in the paper, I believe. Make sure you do not look at those, read anything, watch any of that on the news. We need you to come in the same way you are today when you come in tomorrow, okay? Leave your notepads turned over, writing implements on top. Folks, have a nice evening. If you could be here, Carl, but what, 10:50 tomorrow? We'll try to start at 11 o'clock in the morning, okay? All right, have a good evening, everybody. Please stand, our jurors are exiting.
Yeah, because we have to go over jury instructions.
Just explaining the scheduling to him, saying there's going to be jury instructions, starts at 9 o'clock. We'll be there early. Everyone else gets here later. Which means we should probably be here for jury instructions.
All right, anything else we need to talk about from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Let's put Mr. Tower in the attorney room, please, for a moment.
We're good.
In the morning, you'll talk with him?
In the morning, I can talk to him. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're
All right,
good.
He's free to go. All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow. We'll be here at 9 o'clock for the lawyers to talk, have some discussions on jury instructions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow. We're good. He says, nope, we've already done it. The 2 minutes we had there during the break, I talked to my client, everything I needed to. He's made the decision whether or not he's going to testify, and it's a done deal now. And I think it's a yes. I think it's a yes. Whew. Wow. Defense admits he killed them, so the state doesn't need to prove that. They also have it as admission. They do. The whole defense is basically he's young and he had a hard life. Don't lock him up with life without parole. That's what we're going to hear. That's all there can be. He could still back out. It could still change. They have not announced officially if he's going to testify. We'll find out tomorrow. And I guess we'll hear tomorrow as well. There's only chance for lower sentences to testify. I agree. But he can't pull off the same thing he did in the interrogation. He can't be in there and just be like, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Why do you care? If he comes across with that arrogant, disinterested, disaffected attitude, the jury, I don't know, that might work for some, and that might be enough. But I don't know. I feel terrible for him. I mean, for anyone who's done any research about life in, say, like Ukraine or Russia, for a teenager like him in this time period and what was going on, it's not the same as growing up in the United States and having to go to the school you didn't want to go to in elementary school or junior high or high school. It's not the same at all. There are a few places that I would definitely say are also equally difficult, but I can imagine the contrast he saw in his life as he came from Ukraine and what life was like going through the foster system there, and with his family literally just dumping him, saying we don't want him anymore, and then coming here and being adopted by a family who's like, all right, we love you, you're family now you're one of us, and it's all good, and in his head he's like, it's not good. But wow, it's tough. I don't have the answers for that. I don't. I believe there is still accountability, that this is a choice that, from what I have seen and for what he's told us in his interview, that he did know that what he was doing was wrong. He knew it was messed up. He knew that he shouldn't have done it. He knew that it was wrong in the eyes of the law, and that's why he was trying to escape and get away from the police. And that alone will probably sink him in this case. Let's see. Ryan Hollyall just put out a tweet here. He says, a major G4 to G5 geomagnetic storm is expected to hit the Earth today. G5 is the highest the scale goes. This could bring the northern lights extremely far south. Last night's G4 reached Texas, but there's a catch. We won't know if the storm is a home run or a curveball until it arrives. So we might have northern lights like you have never seen them before, or there might be nothing. So if that isn't a weatherman covering all his bases, I don't know what is. So I'm going to go out. I'm going to see if I can catch it. My daughter wants to go as well. She's taking a nap right now, so she can stay up late and watch the sky tonight. All right. Is that my atmospheric river? That's different. That's different. This is the solar storm. The solar storm hits first, and then the atmospheric river. Give the sky a good look tonight. Here's what you do. Open up your camera app, switch to photo, go to the darkest place you can, and point it in like a northward direction and pan across and take some pictures. Make sure you hold the phone still, because in night mode, it's sort of, if you've got an iPhone or another newer phone, it's going to take a couple seconds to capture the whole image and then build one picture and then look at it. It'll probably see a lot better than you can. So don't give up. You might be able to get some great pictures, even if your eyes don't really pick up much more than a little faint glow. Never seen the Northern Lights. Wish I could see them. Yes, atmospheric river is going to happen here. Let's see. Checking west of Tampa tonight in winter coat. Do it. I don't know what the temperature. It was 38 last night. 38. I was out there for 3 hours with my daughter. She loved every minute of it. All right. I think that's it. Is there anything else we need to cover tonight? That's a full day for us on this end. Is there anything else we need to cover before we wrap up? I guess I don't need the Chippendale music. I can exit that. I had a good one too. It was only going to cost like $9. So I don't see anything.
Hello.
Oh, I hear something. YouTube says now's a good time to insert ads. Creators earn more money inserting ads the more viewers are watching. Give it a try. No, thank you. Dismiss. Is there a podcast tonight? No, it is tomorrow, Barb. Tomorrow on Thursday. Maybe Thomas will see the.
You're talking about stuff.
Maybe
that
Thomas
is
will see the Northern
relevant.
Lights. Yes, that's the Northern Light. The not Northern Lights. That's not relevant podcast sound. Here's an ad for hitting the like button. Thank you very much.
Hush.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Mindy FS, thank you very much. I think if you go back on the replay from last time's podcast, you can hype it. I think that happens. I think it works. All right.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
I don't like podiums either. That's because it's like I still don't know if it's a lectern or a podium. Which one is which? Which one is the bigger one? Is the podium like all three people are on the podium, like the Olympic winners? Is the lectern just the part where the preacher stands at? I don't know. Somebody needs to explain it to me. Probably red pen, I'm guessing. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe. We'll go live again tomorrow morning. We'll be live about 8:45. 8:45 is going to be our time. Unless the Northern Lights are absolutely fantastic, and I decide to stay up all night and watch them. Then we'll be live right at 9 when the court starts. And we'll sing Happy Birthday over the judge welcoming the jury.
Hello.
You know how it goes. Hello. Welcome. All right, that's it.
Put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Thank you, Judge Simpson. I appreciate it.
In front of the Walmart.
Yes, in front of the Walmart. All right, that's it for me tonight. You guys
I was
have...
told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Yes, at sidebar, please. All the great judges coming in and some of the less great ones as well. You guys have a great night. Be good to each other. We'll see you in the morning.
I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
I saw a chicken fight.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
the zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Hello?